I'm getting ready to give up on it and have to figure it later.
I wanted to say, I was downstairs earlier, literally walked by a random box of stuff and saw this model, I think we already randomly laying in boxes. If you ever get a chance to come to CAV HQ, you're going to that there are models everywhere. Cover them behind the counter, above the desk, box to the box, things in hand. They're everywhere. I mean, not only does he have inventory, you know, of all the models that you want to buy, also just randomly got, you know, here's this that we built parts that we bought from somebody else a long time ago. And just models that used to be in production.
Don't mention. Oh,
sure. All right. So anyway,
I don't want anybody to know what secret pieces we use.
I won't. If you get a chance, ever come up here, it's fun. It's hard to describe. It's sort of like going to the world's greatest CAV flea market.
Well, the nice thing is, you know, we've been talking about adding on to the building, and when we add on to the new building, have a better place. Right now, it's kind of a mess when people come by, but we'll get it. We're going to have hopefully a little game area all set up and kinds of good
studio to
studio, a better studio that's organized a little better. And on the ground floor. Climb upstairs to bring in all that stuff up for a show. Yeah. We have that to look forward to. Hoping that then too cold.
Lemming, are you saying that we're having audio issues? Lemming?
You know what? I'm going to. Okay, so I will be right back. That might help. I think that was causing
I'm going to sabotage John's force while he take all the ammo out of his auto cannons.
Get it painted.
Let's go over here and see what we have. So, recognize all of these. Certainly recognize this guy. This is a duelist. Templar CAV has 6 light max. And pretty sure they have blaster, at least blaster, maybe blaster 1. And so this is the CAV that I think defines the reason why you would use salvo. If you have trouble popping armor, you salvo fire these things to get a big bonus. If you're at a bad to hit range, you can salvo fire to get a big bonus. Or if you're chewing up little guys or shooting into people that have already been beat up, then you just roll all the individual dice and go for crits. I had a chance to play one of these in the last physical CAV-CON in 2019. It was very successful. I was able to legitimately roll some actual crits where I got does it take a damage MOS of 10 to get a legitimate crit? There were a few times during the tournament I was actually, because I had my my ace pilot was in here and he would salvo fire and just really crank the damage. This is a great model. This is John's conversion to a hoplite. Looked that up earlier. Hoplite is got auto cannons. It's wrapped. Professional Twitch streaming, not. If we're even still streaming. Okay, so the hoplite is an attack CAV. It's got 2 medium racks, 3.6, range 8, limited ammo, AOE 2. I'm still need John to explain the idea of AoE2 rack. I'm not quite sure how it works. I've never actually fired one myself. Suspect I'm going to get to find out here later today on the tabletop. I am looking forward to that explanation. Then we have, where's his other conversion? I think he said he converted this into Claymore. Claymore is a recon cav. It has 4 light rocket 5s, 2-2. It's tricked out in terms of everything else, though. It's double time, active phaser A2, chameleon, countermeasures 2, fire control system, ammo bin 1, advanced targeting computer 1. So this is a nasty looking little mech. It's on it. I believe he 3D printed these to make these versions. Really good looking little white. This is really sharp. I like the look. John, what is this based on? Is this the Spartan? Spartan, yeah. You took the arms off of the Spartan. I don't know how well you can see. And he replaced it with some missile pods that he printed up. So you printed up I know you printed these, but they're the model, the files from the Ghost.
Yes.
So if you had a physical Ghost, you could just swap those out. Speaking of swapping, I mean, I'm not going to speak for John, but I just think there may be some information coming up soon about bits. John may talk about that at some point in time.
Yep.
Let me get out of the way here. John's back.
I'm gonna turn our gain up a little too. Maybe that just
Were the computers on downstairs?
one of them was. You're fine. I'll talk.
You talk. Finish your models, then I'll just win by default.
I don't think we want to go to 16.5.
Let the customers tell you what's right. As with the
Okay, so hopefully you'll hear us a little better now. We can only hope. That's all. I mean, we'll come and go because you'll hear us as we're not always got our head facing, but
Tiger Wraith answered my question about the AoE packs. I've never really understood that. I see it in there, but I've never seen it in action, so I don't really know how.
it's just a standard AoE. So if you of course, because it's a direct fire weapon, you have to pick a target. You're not shooting the ground like you would with rockets. So if you had 3 guys standing together and you pick the middle one, and the other 2 are within 2 inches of either way or front or back, you get to attack them too. Everybody in the AoE gets an attack.
Okay.
Basically, it's kind of a spray and pray kind of.
It sounds like you've got the right of it, Mr. Tiger Wraith. It's really good for, bunched up infantry.
Definitely infantry.
Yeah.
Yes. The airbrush that James is using is a Badger. I don't know which one it is.
It's called the Chrome.
It is the Chrome. Is it Chrome or Chroma?
It is R-O-E? Chrome Renegade.
Chrome Renegade from Badger Airbrush. They did their birthday special last year, and they had a kit with 4 of them that there was the Solar, and 2 different Patriots.
Turn up the pressure.
Does it seem like that it's blowing at the pressure that the gauge is saying it is?
That's what I'm figuring out right now, to be honest with you. I had messed with it earlier when we had the other compressor on, and I think I turned it. When it first came on, when you connected the big one,
right,
it was too much pressure. So I think I turned it down too much.
Yeah, because you should be getting, I mean, it's 150 pounds on a 60-gallon tank. Another little project that we had to figure out at the last minute.
Last minute.
But well, oh, James, when you were mentioning about the bits, what I was showing him last night, as we go through and package stuff, contrary to what people may think, we do catch them sometimes when they're mispacked from the manufacturer. So we've got a big bucket that we throw all the pieces in, or we open up a pack and take something out of one and we have nowhere else to do with the others. So what we end up doing is putting them in a big bucket. And over the last year, we've accumulated quite a large bucket full of arms, torsos, legs, everything you can imagine, different vehicles, aircraft wings, all kinds of pieces. So my plan is we're going to kind of sort those into their piles of legs and arms and everything like that, and figure out kind of a generic weight, 6 ounces or whatever, and we're going to make packs of these bits that we will put up on the website that people can buy. They'll be random. You won't know which one you're going to get, but by sorting them out, you'll get a few arms, a few legs, and everything like that. And it's just for stuff for you to kind of build with.
Yeah,
So,
I'll be honest with you. When I was working on my my course that I brought here to John with, really, I've got 2 tigers and 2 rhinos in there. Not really tigers and rhinos because they're in the Meredith list. They're really fullbacks and hammers. Rhino's the hammer, tiger is the full. And I wanted to modify them a little bit to break them up visually. I didn't really have any bits that I like the looks of,
right.
And so I just painted them the way they were. If I'd had access to a good selection of bits,
Right. Well, and that's kind of that's where they're kind of it's kind of like the Army. That's when they sell the M1 tank.
Yeah.
They have the M1, they have the M1, A1, A2, A3, whatever, we're on. So, they took the original M1s and sold a bunch of those to Saudi Arabia and stuff like that, and Iraq. But obviously they don't have all the bells and whistles that the American versions have. So that's kind of the idea behind that. It is a rhino. So visually it is a rhino, but there's things you could probably do to it to maybe put a smaller barrel or something on it to differentiate the two, and then the names are just what the amateur.
That was kind of rushed for time, so I didn't have a opportunity to think about, go through the parts I do have. If I cut this gun up, it would look really good, or if I do maybe a radio antenna. I've seen Ross Hines use some stowage, like he took some green stuff and made like dunnage that would go on the outside of a tank that a crew would store up there. Secret Santa gift or two. That looked really good. I didn't have time to mess with it, so I thought about it briefly, and then I just said nope, got to paint.
Yeah, and what Tiger Ray said there, the old Mech Warrior collectible game, those are a good place to get parts. You can find bundles of them on eBay and stuff that people are dumping.
Is that HeroClix game?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's the same scale as CAV. It's 10 or 12 millimeters, something like that. Yeah. But like I said, you can find them, all the vehicles, and the infantry especially are. Okay, well, I guess I need to get started painting too, so that I can get my stuff ready to put on the table tonight. So we're going to kind of paint here for a little bit. If you have questions, I'll just keep talking.
Just reading the chat.
So I need to dry brush. I got to do. Yay.
Don't count those sabers. I totally didn't hide one.
I've got the Ride of the Valkyrie queued up on my phone
Yeah.
when the sabers come on the board.
Nice.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
What exactly is in this reverse thinner?
It is water, distilled water. It is 99% rubbing alcohol, or iso. I guess it's not rubbing alcohol. Isopropyl.
Isopropyl.
Whatever. And by the way, English is my second language.
What's the first?
Gibberish.
Gibberish. Kansas.
Yes, Kansan. Jayhawker. And then Fantastic Cleaner.
Yeah. Window cleaner?
Well, no, it's not. It's a general cleaner.
Oh, okay.
Not the heavy duty. It's general, and the reason is the chemicals that are in it are the same chemicals that are used in the fancy airbrush thinners that you pay a lot of money for.
Right.
The same active ingredients are in Fantastic that are in that, and then a little bit of glycerin to give it a little bit of adhesion.
I'm just watching it go into this.
Do you like it, or were you asking because you don't like it, or?
Heating up a little bit. It's like I'm not sure this model was primed either. It's been laying around for a while. So sometimes I find that paint's beating up like it. That's why I was curious.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I didn't have that problem. Did you thin it out too much?
I do tend to thin my paints a lot. So
Yeah.
Maybe it'll work out. At this.
It does. It looks.
Yep.
Watery.
May have put any water in water. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You can paint with anything. This is the Bob Ross taught us that.
That's right. Okay. I just had the paint here to.
I hid them so you wouldn't get.
I think this. The paper plate. I guess.
Styrofoam.
Styrofoam plate.
Yep.
Thank you. You know, Dave, it's funny that you mention that because that's one of the reasons that we were trying to get the channel points turned on, which we will get at some point today or tonight. As you start watching and build up channel points, you can spin those for special things. And so we were going to come up with a list of things that you can during the race if you want to sponsor an attack, or kind of like the Hunger Games where the little parachutes came down. You'll be able to use your points to sponsor an attack or a random breakdown or all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah.
So we're still working on it. We'll get it all worked out.
It looks to me like it's 10 o'clock. An hour, technically.
Allegedly.
So what are you supposed to do every hour?
We're supposed to give away a prize. What do you want to give away?
Some of those green guys right there.
Okay. I think James doesn't want to play today.
No, I want to play. I just want to win.
Yeah.
Sabotage.
Please. I have no doubt that you're gonna whip me. With my luck with dice and
Playing with the guy, dude. It's sort of like arguing with the baseball.
the best chance I have is changing the rules as we play.
I think that wins. Turquoise is nice. It's really dark. It's gonna work.
So let's see. What are we gonna give away? Start with a t-shirt.
Works for me.
Okay, so we are going to do a t-shirt, and we need to have a special word.
Okay.
What do you want the word to be?
Special word to give away a T.
Yes. Pound sign.
Peace.
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 Peace is in world peace or
world peace.
All right. So
what we all need.
Everybody type in # peace. And in a minute, we will select our first hour winner and you will get a t-shirt. We've got, whoop, there's one. We've got one in there. I guess if we only get one, we know who the winner is.
Tiger Ray. Definitely a winner. There's no doubt about that.
Here we go. Now we're getting them. Oh, this may be too dark. Oh, you think that's too dark?
Yeah, definitely. Yes. You need a lighter color. Trying to do a highlight. Go back down. Unless you want to lighten that with something.
No,
custom mix it every time. Tends to go pastel if you white.
All right, we're going to wait another minute. We're going to let everybody get their sign in, and then we're going to test our new fancy selecting software thing. Guess I have to.
Might be hiding out.
I have to type that in so that we know what the word is. Yeah. Well, luckily this is.
Flip the switch.
Let me do the. All right. So we want to put in a keyword to enter. Okay. And then
case matters.
Casey, I knew casing. And then we'll roll.
So if you happen to what did you put in? If you capitalized your piece, you need to quickly change it. All lowercase.
TV.
Visual.
No. Why does everything have? Okay, I'll be back with that in just a minute. We got to go figure out why we flipped it. No, we shouldn't have flipped the breaker.
You know how this.
I don't know. We move things down.
You need my assistance?
No.
Okay. Am I still streaming or no?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, hello.
We're on the other side.
That's my job to keep you all entertained. You know, I watch a lot of Twitch, and I just don't pay attention to it. I to the people that a lot of painters, Luca Minis, Next Level, really, really super. I think to myself, they're just keep the audience entertained and keep everything running. Let's see. I wonder if we really are. Maybe we're not. So my goal here, in case we are still streaming, found a good coat of this turquoise. Reaper Master Series paint, bright turquoise. Okay. And then, you know, I thought to myself I would do some camo stuff. brought up some silly putty to putty that's done. Technique. What I would do, masking technique on the Seki in the same colors. This guy has got big flat surface as a roller. What I might try, cut out some tape and do some sort of stripe mask. So not my airbrush. I didn't bring any of my painting stuff. Had everything we needed. Yeah, John, we're having power issues. I think possibly because I keep looking away from the microphone. I need to stop doing that again. But yeah, so my goal here is to make some stripes and use basically the same color scheme across the two, so we can do different kinds with the same paints. Hold on a second. Back. Every other word you said. Okay. Sorry about that. John, they're saying they can only hear every other word I say. The stream's working. I guess something's wrong with the audio.
Second. Always got to be something. Find the right kind of group.
So do you think we're back on?
Back on.
Okay. Is the can you hear me better if I talk directly at the microphone? Tiger's telling me that it's not picking up what I'm saying very well. Could be because I'm not talking to the microphone. Maybe Mother Nature's just going shh. Yeah, so apparently I got to look at the microphone when I want to talk. I get that. All right, I can do that. All right, so here's my plan. Oh, for sure. I hope so. All right, so here's my plan. I got these two aircraft. I'm going to paint them in the same color scheme, probably this turquoise and maybe some gray. And then I'm gonna make a camo for them, but in completely different ways. I'm gonna make sort of like an urban camo for the Teseki with this silly putty. I'm gonna try and take some of this painter's tape and paint some stripes across this guy, just to see what that looks like. Turns out when you don't, when you like randomly get to paint models for without having to buy them, I am a little less finicky about how they come out. I can just experiment.
See, the problem that we have here is the way that this all works is if we log in to test anything, everybody gets notifications, and then we have everybody showing up when we're testing, and or we'd have done a better on our test.
Just make a note that it's a test stream.
Yeah. We will be great by Sunday.
Yeah, just in time to sign off.
Or we'll be dead. One.
Great and dead.
Yeah.
Grateful dead. Gotta look at the microphone.
I wonder. Bet I can lower it. Oh,
It might help.
trying to keep it out of the
Frame.
frame, but I think a little bit. If not, I'll turn the gain up some more. Obviously, you can keep going as high as you want to go on this thing. All right. Wonder if it's because we're in our.
You trying to get out of moderator? Maybe that green sword thing up in the upper left. It just indicates that's the. Right.
Who's that? Close the window. Start over.
Tune in next week. Same CAV-CON.
Yeah.
Same CAV. Anna, I love
Sorry,
that show.
unless you've got a time machine that. So let's try. Something.
Yeah, Tiger Rate's got a good point. Just stream the tests. Let people give you feedback during the tests.
Well, the problem is people show up that don't realize it's a test,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Oh, thanks for wasting my time."
In that case, make a second channel and don't advertise it anymore.
Well, that's apparently we're gonna have to do something. Hang in there. We're plus we forewarned everybody that this was going to be a
Amateur hour. Amateur hour.
weekend.
Over and over again on
Over
loop.
and over. Yes, we did. Tell everybody, be prepared.
Cue the Three Stooges music.
Benny Hill.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun,
I
dun, dun,
like
dun,
Benny
dun,
Hill
dun, dun,
just
dun.
fine.
Do they even have him on anywhere anymore? He used to
Nothing
be
I
on
know.
PBS all the time, but I haven't seen him for a long time.
They've had a different idea about how to paint these guys. Yakety sack. So Gunner Fox is asking, does any purchase on the Talon Games website qualify for the?
Yes, as long as you get over $50.
John says yes. If you hit $50, you get free models. If you hit $50, you get free models. You can order cheeseburgers if you can find them in the menu.
We want
Paint. Yeah, Tiger Ray, if I understand it correctly, the two CAV-CON models, Horus and the, what's it called?
the circuit.
Circuit. I wanted to say Cry-Cut, which is that Hobby Lobby. I don't know why I want to say it. So the Circuit and the Horus, which are the official CAV-CON models, are
they're 20% off.
20% off.
That's already figured into their price.
John's just trying to make it harder for you to hit the $50. That's what he's doing.
Exactly.
He's discounting everything so it'll be harder for you to get there. Personally, I'm just sad that my my Spotha monopoly is going to come to an end.
There will be more Spothas out there.
Kind of scary. Mm-hmm. The more I paint this bright turquoise, the more I like it. The more I think I'm going to change some plans. Now what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try and create a fade white to this turquoise. Not sure which direction I'm. Probably have the white at the front, so I'm going to paint. I'm going to try and paint here at the front of this model right here. Once I'm done, I'm going to try and come in and make a lighter shade of this turquoise and spray it so that it fades into the darker shade, and then maybe come back in with some white. Airbrushing white is shooting yourself in the foot, but I'm going to try bring some bright white highlights to the very front edge of it, so I get kind of like a white to this deep turquoise fade going from front to back. That's my goal. Hope none of you heard that because I probably won't be able to do it. Base coat. Base coat down. Again. I think it's that compressor.
No, it's actually because they're not on the circuit. Actually, the
Okay, it's just the little strip. We separate. Colonel Kane, yeah. It's me. John's not here. Don't know what happened to him. Ran off, said something about lunch. Turn my volume down. Can't double hear me. Oh, wait a minute. There's John right there.
I'm being the engineer right now.
Like it needs to be. Pokey. Now I'm looking for, I got this bright turquoise here for Master Series HD paint. Now what I want to do is I want to find something to make a mid-tone with. Now that's blue and yellow. That'll make solid white. Yeah, Gunnar, I mean, I don't know the extent of the completely, but John offers quite a few Reaper paints.
All the bones line.
All the bones line. Yeah. Right there. Just order yourself some paints and get free models. Good to me.
And we sell, they're cheaper. They're $2.99 a bottle, or if you buy 5, you get one free.
And you're currently throwing in like a free bottle of paint with some order?
We have any order gets, it's a sample bottle with
sample
bottle.
And
a sample bottle.
Yeah. So yeah, order paint.
Yeah.
And as John said, it's cheaper than Reaper. Honey? It's cheaper than Reaper.
Oh,
made a funny.
You're a poet. Didn't know it.
Nobody knows it. Trust me. Sydney, I see you out there. You bet. Here we go. Paint. Lots of paint. Sydney, I hope you're having a great day. you get to decide what you have. Have a great. Cold airbrush.
Bam day.
All right. So now what I'm going to try and do, which is going to fail miserably because it hurts. I'm going to try and take this lighter shade, of the turquoise right there. See that? I'm going to spray it from the front of the model. I'm just going to kind of let it fade off into this darker color. I'm going to spray from the front, probably from this angle over here, sort of to kind of represent the light a little bit. But I will make the fade all the way across it and try and get a smooth blend like right through here. And if it doesn't work out, the great thing about the airbrush is I can always reload it with this darker color and come back and rework the edge so that I get just the kind of soft transition that I want. That's what. Tiger tells me we're not getting any sound. Tiger, can you hear me?
It's because we're not talking.
Being quiet, sorry. I have to look at the mic to talk and look at the model to paint, so unless I want to do this, it's a problem. Tiger, by the way, it's your turn next. Come and paint, Tiger. Come on now. Yeah, Colonel. It is fun to paint. I love it. Even on days when it's not going well, it gives me a chance to just kind of collect my thoughts and think. And obviously, I love miniatures, so I mean, even a bad day painting is good. Obviously, I don't want to have to strip anything, but I just like painting. I throw something on the TV that I want to listen to, stand there and I paint away. So it's good. What were you painting? Tiger. You'll be here in 12 hours? Still doing stuff. Colonel Kane, is that a pretty big model, this Chaos Chariot? I'm not sure we've actually resolved who the winner is there.
We are working on it.
Gunner Fox. John is still he's in heated combat with Twitch, and I'm not sure who's going to come out the winner.
Always got to be something.
Sure, Colonel Kane, I'd love to see it.
I think we're getting closer.
Closer to a winner.
Yeah, they make all this stuff so hard now to get even log into your own stuff.
Yeah, yeah, Colonel Kane, I agree. I find myself getting frustrated by all the logins, but you know, I always try and tell myself it's best because if somebody stole my account, I would be mad as heck.
Yep. I was texted. They said as long as you're staring at the camera and talking, they hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Talk in the direction of the mic. I get it. All right.
The direction of the camera.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I'm forgetful. Very forgetful. All right. All right, so I've applied the second color. It's really just a hint of the original color. I don't know how much you can see. Trying to look at the Twitch stream and see where the right spot to turn the is. I can't see anything. John, sabotaging me constantly. So what I'm trying to do, like I said, is I'm trying to get a fade from this color to a mid-tone, and then I'm going to bring in just the white here at the end and paint some front-facing highlights on it. And then I'll just go in and do a little bit of detailing. You know, I'll put some black in here where these rotors are, maybe a little bit of metal, and pull out a few accent highlights. I'll paint the canopies. I think this guy will look pretty solid. And then here's the gas. I decided to go ahead and paint the same way. These are great looking airplanes. I love the way they, especially this one. It kind of reminds me of like a scissor tail flight catcher with a split tail down the back. I only know that because it's the state bird of Oklahoma where I'm from. Even that I just know randomly, but it's always reminded me of that. All right. Yeah. Are we offline right now?
No, we're online.
All right.
I'm just so you can't.
So now what I'm doing is I'm emptying out almost all of that mid-tone that I painted, and I'm going to put some put some white in there, pure white. It'll be tinted just a little bit because I'm not completely cleaning out the brush, but it'll look really different compared to the two blues that are on here, turquoises, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, Lemming, when I spotted these down in the box, I was wondering how the heck am I going to hold those to paint them. So I asked John for some light bases, and they stick in there pretty good. Give me something to hold on to. Of course, now they're not clear, but yeah, whatever. I had to have something to work with. Paint faster. You're talking to the wrong person. I don't know how to do that. I didn't even know Reaper made flow.
Yeah.
They still make it?
Yeah.
The amount. Colonel Kane, obviously everybody works with the tools they like best. I like the airbrush. It gives me a little bit of speed, allows me to go a little faster, and I don't think it's any better than the brush. In fact, I think the brush probably can do more things than the airbrush can. Speaking, I'm almost always painting to get like a horse done. They're trying to hit like competition quality painting. I just like to make myself happy, and the airbrush lets me do it really fast. I can, get up to the table and play with it. Now I'm basically trying to paint with white, and white is the worst color to airbrush. Very chalky, and you're not really careful with it and thin it enough, it'll spit little droplets of paint, which is what it just did. That means you need to stop and go back and tinker with it, thin it, make sure that there's not dried paint stuck on the end of your airbrush needle. Yeah, Colonel Kane, it's fantastic for base coating. You can you're not constrained by the weather. I mean, rattle can primers are pretty good, paints in general. But the problem is, you have to really pay attention to the humidity and the weather conditions. Typically, you only want to spray those outside. So the airbrush allows you to avoid all of that because you don't care about humidity. You don't care about whether the wind is blowing. I feel like the airbrush is safe to use inside the house in a way. I think most people agree with me. I could be completely wrong. I see a lot of people painting with them, in just a regular environment. I'm happy with it. I think you could. I think you would start out base coating, and then you would realize, hey, I can do more than base coat with it. And the next thing you know, you're airbrushing just like everybody else. Yeah, definitely. I mean, for priming, you cannot beat an airbrush. Here's just one example why, right? So the airbrush, once you learn how to control it properly, the airbrush will put on paint super thin. I mean, super duper thin, to the point where I've had models in the past, really nicely detailed models that I primered and I started painting them, and I didn't like the way it was coming out, so I just primered over the top of it. I didn't have to strip them. I was able to just take them back to black, right over the top of all the paint I'd already put on, and they still painted up just fine. That's one of the serious advantages of airbrush. You can apply paint just much thinner than you ever could, or even with a rattle can. Again, these are just all my opinions. You should, if you really want painting advice, you should go find some real painters like Joshua Davis or Andy Boucher or James Wapple, those kind of guys. Those people really know how to. Colonel Kane, if we ever get to the point where this crazy pandemic allows us to gather in numbers again, come down to the paint day in Tulsa. You can totally use any of my equipment you want, experiment with it, tinker with it, make sure it's really right for you, cost free, except trip, of course. Then you can make your own decision. if it's really what you want. All right, so I don't know if you can see this. So this is kind of the effect I was going for, sort of a fade from a bright color to a deeper, richer color. Coming out pretty good, I think. I would need to probably, I don't know, maybe come in and take that middle tone a little further back into this tail section. Maybe do some very light highlight here on the edge of these wings. Yeah, I don't know. Probably won't do it today because I'm trying to paint these up and get them done, and I want to move on to the brush painting and get detailing done. But yeah, I kind of like the way these are coming out. Not terrible. I'm sorry, Colonel Kane. Name the dice. John, would it be an accurate assessment to say you're
I am. Every time I think I got it whooped, it else comes up, and you got to go through everything 50 times.
So Gunner Fox is asking, when does the ordering start for the Talon store? Are you talking about the discounts and the specials?
It's all ready to go.
Don says now.
Your order will not show the if you get over $50, it won't show that you're getting the free minis. We'll just put those in the orders. Don't worry about it. We'll get you taken care of.
I'm making a mess. Clean it up. Oh, John, I got paint on his hat. Whatever you do, don't tell me. I probably know many of you out there in the Twitch chat, and some of you are recognized because the names. Some of you I do not. I'm not asking you who you are. I just wish I knew all of you. Because some of the things that get said would make more sense. Colonel Kane has a pile of shame, like us all.
You're being very quiet. Yes, I'm being very quiet because I'm getting ready to throw this thing across the room. Where's your kids when you need them? Hey, take a break.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna drive me crazy. It logs into it, but it won't pull up the screen and make it.
Still talking about the channel points?
Yeah, I'm trying to fix the random giveaway.
Give me a second, I'll see if I can apply some different set of eyes to the problem.
Well, it should work from right here.
Okay.
So you click this button right here,
Okay.
and it's supposed to load the extension. And
so if you've added an extension, you probably have to restart the stream, pick it up.
no, this is separate. This is from all inside Chrome.
Okay.
So start Chrome again.
Hello, Gimli. We're doing technical trouble with John and James. That's the segment.
And then it asked me to log in again,
Okay.
which I've logged in over and over.
It's a Chrome extension that's factor.
It sends
Yeah.
me to do that again.
Yep.
Mhm.
Emily, I feel like you have experience in these matters. They're very specific instructions. So a little frightening.
I log in and it just stays, the screen just stays blank.
That
That's over my search
right.
thing.
That puzzle piece thing.
Well, that's the extension.
Simple tweak. This page is where it's supposed to happen. There's a interface
Yeah,
that lets you
to
do
pull
your
out of the Twitch chat.
have privileged table. Algorithm, I'm sorry, we're still struggling with.
Anyway,
Careful, you're not humming copyrighted music.
I'm just have to work through it. Okay. Nuke it from definitely. All right. All right, so we've used a little bit of craziness and roll a dice for our first deal.
Okay.
And Valkyrie KTD wins the first t-shirt.
The first t-shirt.
The first t-shirt goes to Valkyrie KTD.
Do we need to write that down?
I'm going to write it down,
Okay.
and then I will send you a message and get your information. So,
Let me know when you get that written down.
I got it.
Because you know what time it is, John?
Don't say it. I'm going to wait. I need a little time.
All right.
Okay. Yes. Because we're at the 2 o'clock, but it's random during the hour. So we can do it at any point during that.
John, you're the one giving stuff away. You get to make all the
I
decisions.
know. I know. But I got to paint. I got to get painted.
My plan is working out perfectly. John's going to have his
getting,
models aren't even going to be assembled.
I'm not going to have anything painted. And
he's going to get to field 3 calves, and I feel like I have a chance at that. Yeah, literally, Tiger Ray, literally.
Count on you to show me up. Hey, you're messing this up.
John, do you need a Snicker bar?
Possible.
Finally getting the hang of this air, bro. I actually own a Badger Chrome, which is Renegade Chrome. So I guess this is the same name as the one I have, but it's mechanically very different. I kind of wish I brought mine. Mine's got a different pin cap, and
Right.
Mine's got like a set point where I can dial it down, and if I find exactly the right spot, and I'm trying to shoot in some tiny little detail, I can set that stop so I can't accidentally flood the model with paint.
Right.
Yours is got the same name, but it's mechanically different.
Decided to make them different.
Buddy Lemming is offering to do delivery for what he's delivering, but
A bag of gummy bears. I need a bunch of tech savvy. Problem. Some of what I probably need to do to fix it. Make us go off in the stream. So that's why that's reason I just nothing like it.
as you wish, monsieur. Yeah, I saw the pop-up. I will check it out here shortly. Kane, Mystic, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. don't know if anybody cares, but so here's the front end of those guys painted white. Feel like I've lost, with the overspray, I've lost a little bit of the color right through here. So I'm going to go and reload the airbrush with probably this darker color. I'm just going to try and lightly glaze it back in here to reduce, to deepen this transition, so it's more of a smooth transition. I feel like there's a little too much overspray right now. But then I'm going to get to the details after that. Really have no, I don't know what the people want other than t-shirts. T-shirts. Gimli wants you to paint 15 models in an hour.
We close. What you-
That this is the same thing. I do like this for cleaning. Ooh. Potent.
That is some
I had not-
high-end stuff.
I had not opened the lid to that jar. That smells like stuff. You have to be 18 or older to drink. Is
Yeah.
it 20?
21,
21, sorry. 21 in Kansas. Well, Colonel Kane, I hope you have a great day at work. Come back and see us later. We'll be here. Trying to
Unless
figure out
we
how to
get
give
nuked.
away gifts. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
I'll survive. I will survive.
The extension have a particular.
Yeah. Rich, simple giveaway.
False advertising.
Not very simple.
False advertising. Ow.
James. Already bedtime?
No, it was late. I think when did I go to bed? 5 o'clock in my 5:30. 5:30. Cleaned up, went and had some breakfast. Came over here.
The rest is history.
Rest is history. All right, paint. You. There it is.
If you guys have any questions or anything, we are paying attention to an extent. I know we're not talking very much right now. Trying to rub your stomach and top of your head.
Yeah. John, do you play any video games at all?
Well, I try to. I was playing Destiny 2.
That's a shooter.
Well, sort of, kind of a more than just that, but it has that element too. But another game that I started to play that I had fun, and then they come in and make changes to it. But I am looking forward to the new Baldur's Gate.
Oh yeah.
That's coming out. The same company that did Divinity 2. I loved. Forward to that.
Yeah, my wife is super excited for Baldur's Gate 3. She's a pretty serious video gamer, and she's really looking forward to that game. When I get home Monday, I hope to have a copy of that new Avengers game for the PS4
Right.
at home. I ordered one for me and my wife, and one for a friend of ours, so we can play together. A lot of fun with that. I am an old City of Heroes, City of Villains fan. My middle daughter, Piper, and we play that. So there are City of Hero Villains they're back online after years after NCSoft took them off. We have a great time with that. We're trying to max out our villains. We're very close. We're just a level 45 out of 50. Lemming says it's funny seeing two armies. How's he detailing their weapons before they battle?
Yeah.
This isn't for my army, but yeah, I hear you. You're out there in chat. Tell us what CAV models you've worked on recently, or what models would you like to work on if you had the time to do it. I'm curious to know what other people are, or any models. Oh, laying down. It's a ghast. Stretch my leg. Rawr.
Yeah, the tools are not. They're like auto shop stools, I guess, sort of.
Yeah.
So they want you to sit down for just a minute and then leave. Make them very comfortable for people.
Emily's working on some Templar stuff, it looks like. You got a force in mind there, Emily? People are saying 2 Mastodon versions. Interesting. Margarita, I've seen some pictures back in the day of you working on Mastodons with that where you're using those click, the Mech Warrior Dark Age stuff. What you're doing?
They wouldn't have room for infantry. Too much ammo for the big gun.
So that thing has an artillery piece of some kind?
Big gun for.
Is that an open one?
No.
Tiger Wraith, what faction is that?
Ritter.
Now I want to see a giant cannon that fires infantry across the board. Sort of a rubber band launcher for powered armor troops.
I think I've got a couple of them.
Do you?
Yeah, look later.
Sure, I'll paint a Mastodon. Need to clean this airbrush up. Get it clean. Kimberly, John kind of gave me a clue about who you are. So I know you got a bunch of models worked on. What would you say your main faction is? I can't recall. Dizzy.
Up your guy, James.
Oh, it's just family. They need me. Also, crazy.
Talking about their new movie star.
So normally when I'm finished airbrushing, I soak my airbrushes in a mason jar of alcohol so that the paint comes loose easily and I keep them clean. I don't have one of those. Big jug regular isopropyl is propyl
That is the
99. Ooh.
I think the one.
Muted. If I can rate these pictures, are those your Mastodon conversions or are you showing us something else? All right, so your conversion's a little taller than a Tiamat, I think.
Yeah, it's a party.
Yeah, it's not the wrong kind of alcohol. Drink this, go home regretting it. If you get to go home. All right, Tiger Ray, so tell me why you like the Mastodon so much. Never actually seen one on the table, so I don't know how bad they are. Tell me what to do. All right, John, maybe you can tell me. This artillery thing on the top of the Mastodon.
It's just a big gun, but it allows you,
Is it AOE?
especially, but it also has a lot of the alternate ammo types that it can use. Yes, they are great for shock, great for crowd control. It's just HE stuff. Well, by the end of the deal, I will have no airbrushes. Oh, how I love tearing brushes up for when you're dry brushing. You might have got some of the lilac and it hit the ground and went 20.
Maybe.
Ooh, John.
Ah, I found it.
Do you think that was like outside help? Made your glasses fly off right next to it to blend it?
You think that's what it was?
Little
Serendipity?
yeah. That all right? You need. Yeah, the X-ray laser rounds.
X-ray laser?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
What the hell is going on?
It uses the explosion to magnify a laser beam up in like the X-ray
Okay.
realm or whatever, and it just punches through armor. Just so
So
nasty. It's a bomb pulsed X-ray laser.
Okay. So it's that's an anti-armor.
Yes.
I thought it was an artillery piece.
It is,
But you can fire.
It's like a copperhead, like an M09 shooting a copperhead.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. It's punching from the top to boot, so just it's expensive, but when you absolutely positively want to kill every EMF in the room, send X-ray laser rounds.
Okay.
Absolutely, positively, gotta kill every EMF in the room.
Painting up those Lion 2s earlier this week. I was going in looking for places to do detailing to give them a little bit of color. And they're tanks, right? So they don't have glass or anything like that. They're tanks. And you look at the CAVs and there's all this glass. And I'm like, it's a game. You're not supposed to think about those things. It's a game.
Okay. And again, just to reiterate, because I just got asked again, when you order on the site, it will not show the free bottles being added to your order because this came about at kind of the last minute and I didn't have time to code it in. So have no fear. We will add it to your order when we ship them out. It will all be taken care of.
Add it to their order and my order. They, everybody's thinking.
Correct, Gimli. That's what it allows you to build 3 model squads, basically. So it's kind of a deck control option, because all of a sudden you can have the same number of minis, but broken down into, double the squads and basically just outdraw somebody.
More activations.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought about that, about making a force up that did that. So the thing to me is, then you have to balance, is that really worth the inefficiencies that you're buying yourself with, systems that are squad wide? So like if you've got EST for your squad, now you're getting 2 free target locks instead of 3 free target locks for a faction squad, possibly more depending on who you are. And if you're playing mercs, up to, you can have a max size of 6, I think. So a merc unit with an EST model in it can potentially get 5 free target locks every round.
Yeah, but EST is only good for the squad.
Yeah, well, the squad of 6, right?
Right.
So a mercenary unit could multiply the effectivity of that EST by 5, whereas this faction doctrine minimal squad from the Templars can only get 2.
Well, that's where you have to
free target
maximize
locks
your
out of it.
squads, because let's say, don't even worry about EST. Let's say you want to bring 6 Centurions.
Right.
Put 3 in a squad, 3 in another squad, you're still getting the same bang for your buck, but now you have a double chance that you get 3 Centurions to go before he gets to go. I mean, it's just a tactic to think into.
Yeah.
You're obviously, if you're just using mixed squads or something like that, you could be hurting yourself by not having that extra one in the squad. But as far as, especially with attack squads and fire support squads, you can get, you're just taking a chance that you can get to control the deck and get, because you can get those 3 to move before he gets to go, and those 3 pick one guy and somebody ceases to exist.
Assuming the dice math is average.
Well, this is cards.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is those 3 guys go, assuming they get statistically
numbers,
expectable results, then
right.
Yeah, maybe that's true. The other side of that coin is by turning on the target lock, you're turning on targeting computers and things like that. And so then you're skewing the dice math in your favor by shifting that bell curve to the right a point or 2, how big you're targeting. So you have to weigh in your mind, is it better to take those, say they each get 3 shots apiece. I don't screen has those 9 shots at a base rate versus 6 shots at a skewed to the right 1 or 2 points.
Right.
That's a thing you have to decide. The other advantage for having so many small squads is, of course, could go back to back. Much more likely to go back to back. And if you make sure you take a recon squad so you can then play with the deck even further, there's probably a valid strategy.
Yeah, and you're right, Tiger. It's like the Ritter with being able to put the extra cards in there. The difference is that it's a little different way about going about it. Not exactly the same, but it's a deck control. So, and I mean, that's where, going back to the Mastodons and talking about the Mastodons, if you take Mastodons with just basically HE rounds with shock 10 or whatever like that, you probably won't do any damage, but you could, if a group got tight, you could shut them down and just come in and clean them up.
I have been the recipient of excessive shock. And Gimli, it was very shocking. Knocked me right off the table, right out of the game.
And when the new campaign book comes out, all the faction doctrines are getting cleaned up and some new ones added. The problem that we've had with some of the faction doctrines is those carryovers from CAV-2, and because of the differences in the system, some of them didn't transfer as well. You get trying to stay true.
Do you ever foresee getting the faction doctrines back enough that you?
Yeah.
That's the goal?
Well, because the new way it's going to be done is it's going to be based on points. So either if you're playing through a campaign, you'll gain points, allow you to gain levels in the faction doctrine. But for a tournament or a pickup game or like that, you'll just be assigned a set amount of points. Pick what you want to use for your faction doctrine, the event. But yes, the ultimate goal is to get them balanced. To make it a little more for people to play something that's outside their comfort zone, you know. I mean, that's the main problem with, you know, when you got everything to select from, you know, it allows you to build what you want to build, but I always find that tournaments and games are a lot funner when you play stuff that you weren't expecting to have to play. No, Tiger. You're thinking of BattleTech.
You're gonna get banned, John.
No, the Templars are still pretty loyal to humankind as a whole. They know they're human, you know, and they, in the time that they've left and been on their own, they have developed their own things. But here's the whole idea behind the Templars is, you know, these are the same Templars that fought in the Crusades, okay? And then after the French wiped them out, took a lot of their stuff away, this group went into hiding. Turn that phone. So through the centuries, they have gained their ability to kind of maneuver and do the things that they've done, and got to a point where they could go off and do their own thing. But here's where it got screwy for them. It's because they have always been a religious order, okay? And of course, they're based on the Pope and, you know, all that stuff that goes along to the extent that we're allow it in the game without getting too weird. But when aliens showed up, that threw a big monkey wrench into that whole philosophy. Because if mankind is supposed to be the center of the universe and made in God's image and everything like that, somebody left out a chapter. So they're having to try to correct. And so now they're trying to have to make that work in their mind. And you have a group that are more willing to accept it for what it is and kind of fit it back into scripture and the things and explain it. And then you have the other group that are, well, we are what we are, but maybe we shouldn't be nearly the religious aspect of it. And that's where you have the two different factions that are trying to decide which way they're going to go. No, you got mixed up. I think what we were talking about that day, you kind of transposed some parts of it. But I don't want to go into as detailed as we talked about it right now. That kind of will give away some stuff. But no, they don't see the need to destroy Terra.
John, did you say giveaway stuff?
Give away stuff. Yes, I guess it's time we're almost going to the next hour. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do this. Our same stuff. This one. Roll a D10, yeah. Well, it depends on how many people we have. Go for it. The Washington. Oh well, it'll be all right. You don't really.
If this is the CAV-CON for 2020, there's bound to be a
You win.
Ah, finally beat Ross. Ha ha, take that, Ross. The only way I'll ever beat you.
I brush it all. James, since you used white for the front end, how will highlighting work out of meeting?
So, if you can see, I mean, hey, I'm keeping these models pretty simple. You're right. There's nowhere to go really for the front end. Like I can't really apply any highlights. There is a tiny little blue in that white.
Well, that's kind of the airbrush because the airbrush kind of puts your mediums in for you a little bit.
A little bit.
Where it makes the transitions not nearly as severe as you would normally see with some of the techniques.
Yeah, so this paint job won't have realistic highlights. The way, like, you know, if the light was going to come in from this angle, I would have a brighter version of the color than I would over here. Yeah, I'm not a real painter. I'm just a hobbyist. Going fast, looking for something that looks good on the table. See, you're right. There's nowhere to highlight up from white. White's as bright as it gets. I like that.
I guess in that instance, you could have probably come in with a gray,
Yeah.
and then put the white on top. Get white.
It's just overexposed. It's so bright that whatever medium we're working in can't portray how bright it is. So just
Because your future's so bright.
the histogram is pushed all the way over to the right. And the only thing I could really do would be to, where I wanted the highlights to be, to change the matteness of the paint. I could make the highlights really shiny with like a hard coat or a gloss coat, and leave the areas around it matte or satin. Pretty subtle.
He's asking, will you go in a line it then to bring those details out? So I guess to line
it. So yeah, normally what I do, I mean, I would probably come in and actually wash this model so that this white went down a little bit, and that would give me some nice coloration in these deep channels that here along its back. And then that would allow me to bring in the pure white and come in and do sort of the ocular highlighting that, you know, the light reflecting off the edge of this canopy might give you here around the curve of this thing. But I don't have a wash. I mean, I guess I could just make one and throw something on it. Maybe I'll do that here in a minute.
I have inks.
You have inks. All those over.
And then I've got the Reaper black
Liners.
wash, the gray wash, the brown wash, and the liner. Shelf. That's why I use them. I went to all the trouble. I did zenithal lighting and shading and pre-shading and everything on it, and then I'm not gonna have really.
Nothing wrong with it. Sometimes you gotta make a left turn at Albuquerque.
Yeah. Work with.
So the other thing I could do to make highlights is I could come back in, and instead of making a highlight over here, because I'm basically at white just a little bit below it, I could bring this this dark tone and come back in and punch the shadows up on the away from the highlights to create more separation. So bring the airbrush in here and spray just a very light coat to tint this white back towards this mid-tone right here, and not do that here where my hypothetical light source is. That would give me the illusion of highlight.
Oh, paint theory. Oh.
Like I said, you guys need to go follow somebody else if you want to actually know how to paint.
Sell yourself short, Jay.
What? Consider it personal
I
honesty.
think you are a very, very good painter. I would be proud
to
use your paint as product shop. So that should tell you.
I'm not buying your lunch. I'm just telling you that right now, all right? I will be.
I would imagine that whoever ends up going to get lunch for us and brings it to us will be paid for.
Probably convince my wife to bring lunch, but it would be a midnight snack by the time she got here. And then she would demand like a shopping trip in exchange. Okay. Going over to Wichita.
You don't have no idea what this price is going to be.
Yeah, seriously. Her latest tip is custom-made Japanese doll, Barbie dolls.
I know you were talking about the other day.
Yeah. There's a guy over there in Japan. I wish I knew more about him. I could remember the details. She talks about it all the time, and he makes very limited runs of these custom 3D printed Barbie dolls. His father is like a famous shoemaker. $700 pair of shoes. Paid stuff. He makes the doll shoes. It's dolls $500. No clothes.
Hate people expensive hobbies.
I don't know. Yeah, what the heck? What are you talking about? Look, this thing probably costs $10.
Please.
Okay, $12.
$100.
This?
I don't know.
John, you're not helping me out here.
Sorry. It is 3D printed, so it costs.
Oh,
I mean, it's probably
that's
got.
more.
You think that brush is shot?
What?
You think that brush is shot?
Not for dry brushing. You know, you can clean brushes really effectively. Have you got that Masters soap or anything
I
like
know.
that?
No. I know.
Live in a disposable world.
I buy cheap brush. I'll tell you the ones that I've enjoyed. Here's a set of them. They're on Amazon. It's called Nick Pro.
Yeah.
And it is
those guys with the big knob in the middle.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And they are, I mean, for what they are and the price they were, you can't go right with them, and they've worked good. I mean, I gotta go find a lighter green. All right, so what are we gonna give away? Giving away another t-shirt. Maybe we ought to just do t-shirts today, or maybe until later with stuff till we can figure out what the problem is.
Yeah, because it's more exciting if you can actually.
Yeah, without the deal till I have a chance to.
John, turns out you're the CAV boss.
I'm a CAV boss. I get to make the rules. All right, so let's do another t-shirt. And for this one, let's go with Ghost. # Ghost. Get your entry in. # Ghost. All lowercase. And we will roll for the winner. I gotta go find the letter. They're doing it.
Okay.
Fine. Snacks on the floor. I have to count it. I haven't. Shall return. I agree.
All right, so while John's gone, what do you want to talk about? I mean, I don't know any secrets to tell you, or I've promised to tell you John's secrets. What is there that I've seen that you might find? John has an amazing amount of stuff. There's more calves here than you can shake a stick. Who would have ever guessed? There are. My favorite thing to do is just walk around and like move an old box and literally discover a metal cab model that you can't get anymore. And I've personally never seen for sale or trade or anything like that. I can see one right here. I'm going to go get it. Hold on a second. Show it to you. Here's a model in one of John's display cases that I have personally don't recognize. It's nicely painted. I'm sure some of you old timers will probably recognize it and tell me what it is. It's obvious. It's made of metal. It weighs 1.5 pounds. It feels like. What is this? Does anybody know? It's kind of cool. Is that an Overlord? Is that what you're saying, Tiger Red? Do any of you out there have this model? And if you do, sell it to me. I will message me. I'll buy it from you. I love collecting these old things, especially the bigger ones, the old aircraft and whatnot. I would love to have one of these. I'm gonna go put it back before I forget and put it in my pocket. Bloody Lemming, I've seen some of your secrets. They're pretty cool. Wah ha 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 ha. Tomorrow, I believe we're going to see some more miniature sculpting in the afternoon. Still in the schedule. Fleming is going to be sculpting us. Sure what he's working on. Last it was the Ursa, four-legged CAV with rockets. Although I think there are options. I only got to catch part of that stream. I was busy running errands last week, but I enjoyed it. Mr. Lemming is a sculptor of some capability. By some, I mean all. So he does stuff for Reaper. I do. My favorite models is
Trying to avoid having to mix.
Yeah, I especially when you're painting bulk, you just like to have it right out of the bottle.
What's got me in a quandary.
So this Ursa that Mr. Lemming was working on last week, is that an anti-aircraft thing?
There's two versions.
One
There's
has-
an all guided missile one, and then
Yeah.
there's a guided missile anti-aircraft.
Okay.
All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Four ones in there. So
Hiding next to the D12. And I see some D6s. You just ignore the 5 and the 6.
we can use the 12. That'll divide by 4. And we can do
12 one?
I do. So we can do 1 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You want me to go get it? You know
No,
where
I got it.
Okay.
All right, so the winner for the 2 o'clock prize is Trudeau. I didn't see a U in there.
I just make it up.
All right, we'll go as we go. So you
Trudeau?
are the winner of the T-shirt. I will contact you with a message
Make sure you write it down
through here. I'm working on it.
where your pen crashes.
RIDEAU to get your shirt size and where we need to send it. So congratulations. You too are a winner. You're very welcome. Thanks for being here. I know that we are a lot of fun.
Really much more just like getting together with your buddies and
I
painting.
told you, this is like bro weekend.
Misadventures in tech support. The Lucky 2.
Chris did. We do not have a schedule up at this point because we're kind of free forming a little bit. For right now, we're just kind of talking, and since it's Friday, we were going to wait till a little bit later before we started playing the game, and I needed to finish painting my minis too. So. Somebody didn't get them done in time. What happens when you plan all this at the last minute? I tried to get James about 6 months ago, and he said he didn't want to do it. Here we are.
Your nose is getting longer, you know.
Right on here. Yeah, we're going to start playing here in a little bit. We just figured with it being Friday, we were going to wait a little later when we're hoping more people will be on.
Yeah, let him get off of work.
Will your models actually be done? Pretty close. They're not going to get a lot of base work. They may not get the black on it. See,
Yes, mine will be. Ha, ha, ha.
they're beautiful.
I got a head start. Had no life for the last. Did was paint those. I'm a very slow painter.
You can never have too many copies. And he just got his second. He already had one, but it was.
Right? Yeah.
That's true. If when I lose, it will feel nearly as bad if it's first time.
It's gonna be the reverse. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna be like, you know, I don't care. I still have good luck. To me, that's something that makes, you know, the hobby part of miniature games. I think that's the thing that makes, for me, miniature games better than traditional games. Like, I've played Magic the Gathering. I've played Warhammer. I played all kinds of card games, board games. Played some X-Wing, things like that. Games that are very good games, very popular games, good licenses, good mechanics, healthy communities, all that stuff. Eventually, most games, those communities go away. You know, you play a game, and eventually the people that you were playing it with move, they get busy, they get married, whatever happens, you no longer have that community. In the case of a card game, as an example, what have I got left? I've got a bunch of cards that I paid a bunch of money for, and maybe I can convince somebody to play with me one day, like fun, or maybe I'll encounter somebody randomly that likes to play Starfleet battles or something like that. All I've got is a bunch of cardboard and paper. But no matter what happens, if I never get to play another CAV game again, I'll still have the models to look at and tinker with and enjoy, and something valuable to me, something I did, something I created that has lasting meaning for me. And I think that's what makes the hobby part of miniature games the thing that puts them over the top for me.
You touched on a thing that's really been good for me and helps keep me motivated is, you know, you're talking about how they come and go from. Seems like we've had a very good drawing of people that we may not be as popular. It may be harder to find somebody to play a game, but the guys are always there.
Yeah.
You know, and talking, and we're working on stuff, and built a lot of friendships that haven't gone away. as they moved on. The mold line I should have cleaned.
What? Dr. Nuttlemold Link.
Well, thank you, Thunderhead Studios. Of course, we don't hardly see you paint any of them, Mr. Star Wars, till the end of time. Speaking of Star Wars, guy gets a couple of 3D printers and goes crazy.
Your excuse?
Yeah. Sticking to it. No, Chris, it's always interesting to see what you're working on. I think the hardest thing that I've had to do here in the last couple of years is when Chris and Ross Todd painted up the trophies for the War Master.
Yeah.
I hated to give. It physically hurt.
They were very good looking models.
Yes, they were, with the stands that he made.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super, super nice. Always wanted to go back and make something similar stand-wise.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. That's a super.
They worked out great, Chris. You got, which one did you get?
I got the red one. I think it was the one that Chris. I know Ross painted the yellow one. I can't remember the other.
Did you do the red one, Chris? Yeah, the red spade. So there's the guy. There's the guy that painted your trophy.
Yeah.
There's the guy that won your trophy, Chris.
First place. Hopefully it won't be the last one.
Oh no. Come up with. Yeah, the circle is now complete.
A lot of aircraft know it. Yeah, yeah. I was just, honestly, I was mowing my backyard thinking of what I could bring for that tournament, and I was like, I think you airplane. What airplanes do?
Wouldn't be expecting it
Yeah.
to work. Lured them into places.
We told them there were going to be aircraft. Many times.
Plus, you had a killer paint job,
Look decent.
and we took the logo that you came up with and made that into a Templar unit, didn't we?
I think so, yeah.
And added it to the.
Buddy Lemming and I played 3 games in that War Master tournament. I faced one force. The last force had a cheetah in it. I had practiced against cheetahs multiple times. You know, it worked out in my favor. The list choice was a prize for many people, and even the ones that brought cheetahs. Let me rephrase it. The one guy I played against who brought a cheetah didn't use it optimally, and so it was kind of it was a list that asked a question that nobody was prepared to answer. Yeah, Thunderhead Studio. I've been enjoying the teases as well. The Armada, the Hound, all that stuff, all that Almirithal stuff. I'm excited for that. So excited! I sat down and wrote up a unit just to take advantage of this. My next project, if I can get this eventually.
Good, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, we want to do more terrain. I really enjoyed the way that turned out. Being in the library.
Painting some little fiddly bits right now. be honest with you, my painting desk at home has a lot more light. My eyes are old and not good as these.
Yeah, at some point, Chris, we ought to get together and see if you want to do some work for us. I wish I'd known you were going to do a bunch of hex terrain and stuff like that. I'd have helped you with that, because that was, we had the old battle hex line of stuff, and that would have been a great new product to put. Well, that's kind of what I gathered from watching your stream and the stuff you've been putting up.
I got to figure out how to make. Take this bottle here, wash, and do something with it.
Got a big jar of medium down there, stuff too. Are you, other than the terrain, have you been doing work for other companies, or just doing more of your stuff? Yeah, no, I saw the Dugram stuff with the Shadowhawk. Well, once I get done with our little deal this weekend and stuff, we can get together at some point and talk a little bit and see what we can work out.
Dave ADV is back.
I was going to try to have music.
Yeah, yeah. I thought you said you bought it.
I did, and just another thing that didn't get, might look at tonight. Have it up as we adjust later tonight. The rest of the weekend, we can come up with.
Karaoke?
I think there's a little of everything. All stuff that's yours or kind of no-name people. And a lot of it's really have exclusive. Next time we do this, we need to have like a couch.
Painting couch?
Yeah. You can get low to the ground and
Fall asleep?
yeah, and take turns.
Yeah.
Dry brush. Creepy's left. But I am going to decal.
Yeah,
We will have decal. Yeah, big shout out to Brian at Fantasy or at Fighting Piranha Graphics that does our decals for us. Does some great stuff. Keep all the factions in stock on the website. Going to do some more custom work and sure. No, that'd be great, Chris. Just anytime you want to try to set it up, we can. Hopefully we'll get the tabletop simulator stuff to bed at some. Add that to.
You ever decide what you could do for the models? Can you
We
put in low poly models?
Yeah, we can use our own. Or just put them in as flat standees.
So people are talking a little bit about fighting for somebody that makes CAV, amongst other kinds of decals. Honestly, I don't use a lot of. Oftentimes, don't fit unit type mark my models, or paint them by hand. I have time, but I did recently a gift for a friend of mine, Pinky Princess. Put some decals on there. Some fighting for. Of course, I painted up Meredith. All of them have fighting chronographics decals on. They were way easier than I thought they would. Really pressed for time at the end of those models done. I thought I'll just skip that because it's it's hard to do, it's challenging. And then Ross and John bullied me into doing it, and it was easy. It was amazingly easy. Those decals go on well if you use the right chemicals to soften up the surface. They look pretty good. They're not. It's not obvious that they're decals. They're not shiny on top of a coat of paint. They worked out really good. I'm looking forward to giving their stuff a second look. I've been through their website a few times. I own a bunch of their decals. Just they were on CAV-CON. I was surprised.
Hopefully we'll get Brian to come back in the third decals with it. I know he's been working on CAV models. Stuff he's been.
I see people post, but I mostly don't know them in person, or don't connect them. Like I've probably seen his models and I don't even know.
6 more to do with the green, and the green's done on them all. Yay! What does? That's all right. I got
Work with a guy whose favorite line was, he would tell him to kiss your butt.
right.
He'd say, "Doesn't matter where I kiss you, you're all butt anyway."
Well, great. What's next? The next great question that we can solve for the world, for everybody. really ended. I told you this the other night. I really ended up missing convention.
Yeah, you did say that.
I didn't really think I would. I was so burned out after last year from doing so many shows, and I was like, I didn't. I cut down what I was going to do this year, and then I didn't get to do none. Yeah.
That's a lot of cutting down.
Yeah. My fun time. That's when I get around people.
Yeah, our local group, our local CAV group. Lemming wants to know what's the TV of the first battle?
I don't know. That's you are going to have to decide as the attacker.
I don't know, Lemming, is there a number you want? What are you looking for? I mean, it's got to be something we can get done.
Well, technically, I mean, we're not really that high over tournament points. So, but, you know, these have to last for multiple games. Plus, did you use all your points?
No.
Because my force actually came in at 5,100 or
Yeah, pretty
5,180.
Yeah. You're gonna have a lot of points to spend on extra models or battlefield stuff.
Well, or repairs down. Good rule of thumb will be kind of like how we picked our original, you know, whatever the original average was. You can kind of, you know, if you want to do 4 or 5,
yeah,
kind of times that out again, and that kind of gives you points to build with.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it might, depending on what time we get started, it might be just enough for a squad.
And I think too, especially for the first game, that'll help people watch, get the rules, understand how the rules a little bit. So, because with a smaller group, we don't have to go as fast. Forgot on this one. This is the duelist that I cut the leg off.
Yeah.
Back and put him up.
Oh yeah, to make him run.
Yeah, but I left kind of the rough on there because I was going to make that like mud or something. Right. So he will have some break. Yeah, I mean, that's the greatest thing about plastic. I mean, I used to do metal too. God, it was so hard at times. This stuff was, you know, and this is even the stuff from Kickstarter 3, which is still PVC, but it's a little higher durometer, so it's a little harder, but oh, it just cuts so easy. And
yeah, I shaved all the bases off all of my models.
because the ones that I built the racks for on the claymores or hoplites or whatever, those are the because I've got 2 Warhawks. So I had the arms from Starhawk 5 that comes with the pack lift. So I cut those down to racks for. They just perfect. Then voila.
That scenario in the campaign where you have to go in and figure out which one of the places is actually to get the information out about. Unit moves up, gathers that information. Does that unit then have to walk off the edge of the board to escape with it? They can't transfer that information to another unit. So if that unit gets the information and dies, another unit's got to go in there and get the same information.
Yep.
that scenario is impossible.
It's not sure.
I take that back. I mean, yeah, if the defender's player could like get called away for a personal emergency in the middle of the game, so I guess it is technically possible.
But that's part of the campaign is you got to think ahead of, you may not always pick the minis that you want to play, opposed to maybe some of them going to need some missions. There may be a couple of the CAVs that are better for. If you send in little tiny 3DT CAVs that do your scouting for you, you might have a problem. That's where the big, like the King Cobra or the Catamount, stuff like that would be the big heavy 8DT recon guys.
Yeah.
Here first. But that's where we're going to test play. If it don't work, we'll adjust accordingly. Oh, it'll be bloody, one way or the other.
Yeah.
My problem is I'll take weird combos just because I think it's cool. It may not be the best way to play, but because I want to see what happens.
I think
But
that's.
I get a little crap knocked out of me. Well, it seemed like good on paper.
I think that's the best way to literally.
Yeah.
All right, so 90+% of the time when I make a force, first thing I do is I go through and I pick out the models I like, because I don't want to play a model I don't want to paint. I don't care how good it is. Then I try and find a way to make a force that works out of that stuff. And if that works, fantastic. Doesn't? I'm not afraid to lose.
See, and this is where it gets me in trouble. Is I like picking my own stuff and playing different things and stuff like that. And that's probably why I've done more of them. Is I love scenarios, predetermined scenarios with already forces.
Yeah.
You just pick them up and go, because it makes you play stuff that you normally wouldn't play.
Yeah. And
maybe makes you have to play a certain way in order to win. And I think for the sake of competition, that's much better than just randomly picking what you want. Anybody can pick the perfect form. You dice, whatnot, notwithstanding. I wanted to truly be the hammer, and play rock, come in with a 4 Emperor squad and come to me. To Butthead. What I'm really looking forward to is, and I wanted to try to get a little further ahead on it for this weekend so we can play with it a little bit, is the new initiative decks. Really, I think those will make a huge.
Help me understand what that means.
Okay, so instead of right now, you take a squad and you get a card. Right. Okay. Now, if you're playing 3 or 4 squads to a side, it's not such a big deal because each of you put enough cards in there that it's easier to shuffle up the deck. Okay? But when you're, especially if you're playing smaller games, you know, and you've only got 1 or 2 squads to a side, kind of hard to shuffle 2 cards.
Yes, yes, it is.
And you can. I mean, you got to lay them on the table and do the little slide back and forth and everything. The true way of doing cards is really hard. So, and yeah, and there's things that I'd like to see that would be more fog of war, random things and stuff in there. So what'll happen with this new deck is, let's say each of you took 2 squads. Okay. So normally you would each get 2 cards. That would just be plain, one side red, one side black. You know, one side red, one side, whichever color deck. So with these new initiative decks, you will actually, each of you will have your own unique, as far as color and everything, random events that can happen. Okay. Maybe for when that model activates, you get a +1, maybe there, something, you know, just something. We're working still on a bunch of things, but so you'll also put in, and you get to draw 1 extra card for each squad. So now if you are 2 squads on 2 squads, 4 cards, now you have 8 cards. And they're still, you've added 2 of red and 2 of black. Shuffle them up and you draw that card over. If it's just the plain Jane card, you move on, and that's, you know, that's your activation. But if it's that special card with an event, you get to activate and you get that event. And what ends up happening too is, because of the randomness of the deck, you could theoretically, neither one of you even see your random event. Because if you drew the 2 regular move cards and everybody was done moving, then whatever's left just goes to the reshuffle.
So you play with the whole deck, the whole game?
Well, as you lose squads, you'll take cards back.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not as the events happen, you take their cards out? You take
No,
the cards out?
they'll roll back in. Okay. So it'll be stuff that's not huge. You know, I guess maybe down the road we could add, you know, something really wacky, but it's just something to throw a little randomness in the, you know, bad radio or something like that just happens, and
stuck in the mud.
The mud.
No internet.
Everybody left to go watch play, stuff like that. I'm still working on it, but I think it's going to add.
Seems good to me.
And it'll put the emphasis back on the deck being for initiative, because, you know, that's one of the things, you know, I mean, we even talked about it in the rule book about smaller forces using a card per model.
Right.
And that's all fine and dandy, but a lot of the concepts in CAV are based on squad activation. So when you activate individually, you lose some of those.
Yeah, when I was first learning how to play, you know, we would play very small forces out on the screen.
Right.
So we would play individual, like every model got a card.
Right.
Like they were 1 unit squad.
Yeah.
We played that for so long. Honestly, I forgot it didn't work that way. So when we started upscaling our forces and we figured it out, I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Right. Well, and that's what, you know, and that's what makes, you know, even when it's a squad versus squad and it's 1 card versus 1 card, you know, that's the guy that gets to go first. It makes you think ahead, turn to turn. Like, if I'm in a bad spot and I don't get that card next time, I might not ought to move out that way. You know, I need to maybe be a little more defensive. Case. And when you're playing individual cards, you don't get that, because You're not thinking as a squad necessarily. You're thinking about that particular that. Thanks you for figuring out a way to work porn into the show. Talk to your wife. Excuse me, ma'am, did you know every other word that comes out of his mouth is porn? It's kind of old. Of course, then she starts talking to me. Every word out of her mouth is like, oh, okay. Yeah, I see how you guys are. All right, last one gets the green. And naturally,
Whoa.
how to get more out of the bottle. Not going to take much, though. Sitting here knowing that I don't have all week to do these or what I'm still looking at. Okay, I need to do this. No, I don't.
Sometimes you gotta make choices. All right. $4 John.
Getting there. So I'm going to say we are going to start our play at.
When are we gonna get something to eat, John?
We don't. You don't get to eat. Well, if you can either A, go get something, or I ask.
Seriously, what time are you planning on eating?
I hadn't really thought of it. What do you feel like? Are you on McDonald's? Or?
Quick and simple's fine by me. Unless we get to eat something for real later. Like vegetables.
Remember, you're an elder. Here, king of the hamburgers.
Hamburger.
We feel like having something up for us.
Anything is fun. As long as we get
All right.
pass out from low blood sugar in the middle. Marking my damage.
Look at how the timing works out for that wife.
Yeah.
I'm done with my stuff. Do you need anything?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we do.
Do you normally eat like one meal a day?
Yeah. I usually eat a little something in the afternoon. I can't understand why.
If that's what you do, I can't understand it either.
I don't either. It's crazy. Like for my size, it's like 35 or 3,800 calories a day if you eat under. You're supposed to lose weight, and I'm like, there's no way I eat that much calories. No. And speaking of that, I have I guess I ought to ask my friend, but I'm pretty sure I know how he did it. But that I've known for a long, long time, and he is short, very heavy, 480 pounds.
That's heavy.
Heavy. I mean, he was just a little ball. And he showed up again on my Facebook page, and he's lost 250 pounds. Wow. Now he weighs 230.
Amazing.
It blew me away.
That's a secret worth learning.
I'm afraid to.
Yeah, there are bad ways to lose.
When you lose that kind of weight, it's
could be a bad.
It could be ugly.
Yeah.
But I mean, you got to weigh it against the fact being that heavy and everything. What he probably has done to make his life better.
Feel confident he's feeling better. Did you actually give her some food instructions?
I got it started, and then
yeah,
got that. You want like a hamburger? You want a salad? You want a chicken sandwich? What do you do? Chicken tenders?
Is this lunch or is this dinner?
This is lunch.
Hamburger, a Diet Coke, and a order of fries. Is cheeseburger.
I'll have a good.
I drove by that this morning. Saw that place. Is that the one with the drive-through sign said $2.99 margaritas?
Yes.
Who does drive-through margaritas? Oh my gosh.
Well, they started doing margaritas and screwdrivers. But you had to drink them there, and then because of the coronavirus, they made it so they could drive-through.
Okay.
And so I fell in
that category that
they let them. So now you can go through drive.
You remember that little bar we went to after you were down in Tulsa? Kiss My Ale. For a while during the height of that stuff, they were letting them deliver alcohol.
That was part of that. You could do that too.
And so I would Ludo would stream. Ludo paints badly,
right.
And I would send him alcohol during his stream. Dave ADV says he lost 50 pounds by cutting out pretty much all sugar. God, I love sweets. I don't know if I can do that.
Well, but you know, I'm not much. I mean, every once in a while, I have a bowl of ice cream or something. I like, you know, like gummy tots. But you know, I don't eat maybe once or twice. I don't I cut out. I don't even drink pop or anything like that. It's all unsweet. I don't know. I'll figure.
Are we gonna meet Mr. Bloody Lemon sometime this weekend?
I'm sure you'll probably.
This model, shelf this, those three models against the one in the back is an overboard tiger tool. Is that what
Oh,
that is?
the planes.
Yeah, the planes. The ones on the far side.
I believe so.
What's the? Do you know what the other two are? Like that one in the middle. I don't recognize that at all. Is that a Kraken with like some giant missile?
Yes, that's the Kraken.
Thing in the front, like some sort of troop train. Yeah, Dave, I'd have to find a different route. I mean, try Splenda, shoot things with Splenda in them, or just try and give up everything that tasted sweet altogether. Ugh. Dave, I don't see how you. I mean, glad you did. Hope you were happy with it. Clean up sweets all the. That'd be a challenge for me.
I bet you do. No, it makes a big difference. Even a little bit. If you're just joining in, we are just kind of painting and talking and answering questions and planning on getting a game started around 6 o'clock. I did not get my stuff all painted in time. Trying to finish it up a little bit and get it a little better for the table. Only because James was so dutiful and did such a good job. I hate throwing stuff down.
Awesome, Dave. Seriously. 5 more miniatures. Take your energy, 5 more miniatures. Wait a minute, you already have 1 million. I'm even sure I know exactly who you are, and I'm pretty confident you. Watching this channel.
Hi, Jeff. How are you? Hail Caesar. Right now, we're just kind of hanging out and doing the painting thing.
Doing a little painting.
Just talking, answering questions. Being goofy.
At the Jeff we know.
Yes.
I try.
Oh,
Probably doesn't care. That's his call. So, Jeff.
we're just hanging out.
I don't know if anybody, if you can see, but this kind of, it's hard to make out. The white gets blown out by the lights. Cut off some light. Much. Now I'm just blocking the model. Too bad at this. I watch a lot of Twitch streams. I have so much more respect for those people now. It's amazing. I don't know why you're doing PT, but I hope it's good and I hope you're almost done. I gotta get up and stretch my legs. My feet are like blood. Some blood. reason I don't like any of them blow them so bad.
Right.
It looks like they're hovering. I can't see the face. So now I got this guy levitating himself.
The problem is not that they're too big; they're too thick.
Okay, yeah. If you just go flat like wafer thin.
I can respect your decision.
Yeah, Jeff. We were talking about our battle just a little bit earlier. The guy who painted up one of the awards was in the channel. I don't know if he's still here or not. Thunderhead Studio. So, and Chris, that's not his name. Bloody Lemming was talking about cheetahs, and I told him a little bit about our battle. You were the only person I faced that had a cheetah that day, and I think you had a great opportunity. You waited too late to bring it forward. But yeah, that I think I won that tournament during the list design. People just didn't anticipate that list. True. And the Cheetah is a great anti-aircraft vehicle. Now this is the old rules. I know John has changed the rules a little bit.
Not so much. That's pretty close to what.
Still pretty close. So the problem with the Cheetah is it's got autocannons, right, which have range of 8. So their medium range is 24. Their maximum range is 32. So the aircraft that I had that day, they were effective from outside 32. And so even if you brought that Cheetah, into bear, there was a range at which I was outside your maximum effective range, and I was still capable of hurting you. And I think that's what cost you. It took you a while to realize that. Not a while, but it took you a turn. And in that turn, I did you a ton of damage where you couldn't come back. I don't think I would call you scared. I see your point. And it was new. I mean, if you hadn't, even though people knew they were going to be facing aircraft for the first time, if you hadn't actually played against, practiced a game or two, you didn't really know what to expect. I got a friend of mine to take one of Ross's lists, and I played against Ross's list like 3 or 4 times just to get the feel for how they worked. Ross is a pretty good player, at least in the tournament environment. Sure. And I'm just painting these aircraft up to paint them up. It has nothing to do with any army I'm working with. Force, whatever.
No,
This is kind of like that Michael's Mermaids thing I painted. A different kind of bluish green, but it's similar.
yeah.
Yeah, Chandler Scott. I that to this day, I even mentioned it this weekend. That game against Brandon is my favorite game of CAV ever. I had a blast. He came out swinging for the fences and he landed a haymaker on turn 1. Before I even got to go, he destroyed a CAV. I mean, literally. Before I even got to act, I was down a CAV. So I looked at what he was doing and I was like, okay, the solution here is to push across the table as hard as I possibly could. And there it was on, and it was a glorious battle. My favorite game of CAV ever against Brandon. And it was awesome. This is where we need Ross. Ross is so, I'm gonna work on the cockpits on this airplane. Ross is so good at these. I would love to sit down with him and have him show me how he does them. I mean, he's told me, but it's not the same thing watching it done. of those noises you make. I hope
No.
it is.
Got margarita?
It's too early in the day for a margarita. Maybe later when we have dinner, maybe. Turn the autofocus off on this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it doesn't really actually do me any good to shove them on there. It doesn't. Actually, it probably makes it harder to see. Yeah, Jeff. John's working on his Templars.
I think it still focuses. It doesn't do the. It doesn't key on faces. It
Okay.
doesn't do the face recognition. Put that box up.
Oh, well. I'm gonna go grab a mug. Try to show you. Where's this broadsword?
Someday you'll get.
Broadsword.
I feel like I'm drifting towards you. Closer.
All right, so I'm going to show you this. This is a Cobra I painted up for CAV-CON, and I'm trying to show the detail on the cockpit because I'm trying to do the same thing on this Gast over here. Before I show you what I'm doing, I want to show you where I'm trying to go. See if this thing will really focus or not. I don't know if you can see right here on this cockpit where these three pieces of glass came together. What I decided to do was say the light hit there, right? So what I did is I painted them black, and then I pushed the green of the cockpit up into the corner on all three of them, sort of coming together. And then, of course, I took white and went right into the corner. And then right on this little piece of superstructure here that holds the glass together, I came back in on top of the orangey brown, and I painted white over it, like it too is reflecting from the intensity of that light. That's what I'm trying to do here with this Gast. So I've got, oh, so what I got is again, I'm imagining the light's coming from this direction, right? So on these two panes of glass, the bright spots are going to be here and here. And on these two panes of glass, again, I'm not a light scientist, so I don't know if this is real or not. I'm putting the highlights here and here to pull them together. Makes me wonder, actually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this. I'm going to move this highlight from here to here, so it's all in one spot, just sort of like the Cobra. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. I don't know if you could even see that. Hopefully you could.
Yes, we will be posting more on our.
Take care, Gimli. Travel safe.
Yes, sir. We'll see you later. It has been suggested that we should think about drunk CAV painting at some point.
CAV paint.
Yeah. Shows all the little.
I need a perfect. I don't know that we. You would have to start ahead of me, I think.
Yeah.
My entire life, I've drunk. I'm not sure I've ever been. Maybe once in Germany. Stationed briefly in Germany.
Right. Been a long time.
Never been much of a.
I love cold.
My first bottle, like big thing of vodka. Put it in the freezer. Mix it with cranberry, cranberry. Yeah, cranberry juice. Chandler, when you see Brandon, will you say hi to him for me? Sure he knows that I enjoy playing him. I played him in every CAV tournament I've played in.
You miss everybody. Darn it.
That's a good suggestion, Mr. Scott. How about this thing clears, we get a makeup
I can make it work. We will do it.
There's still conventions. Not sure they're
really.
safe. No. Warlord Games keeps posting that they're at convention. On this week. They had, you remember that Oklahoma City convention that was really a cosplay thing?
Uh-huh.
They had that again this year.
Oh, SoonerCon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear.
Couldn't think of the name. Chandler's asking, is it still the plan to have the con next year?
Yeah.
In the same circumstances as past?
Well, I'm not 100% on that yet, but we'll see.
In the distant past, like CAV-CON was a standalone event. Always part of something else?
Well, the first one was by itself. Maybe the first and second one. But the first one. Then after that, we started coming.
Did she really ask that? I want a margarita.
Yeah. Looking out for it.
Yeah.
The problem that we have to address in the future, Chandler, is ReaperCon is really going more and more towards the painting and the hobby side of it, and less on the wargaming side of it, and that's kind of detrimental to what we're trying to achieve. And we'll have to figure that out down the road. We got to punt this
year. Yeah.
Right now, I am painting dark gray, and I am using Schwarzenegger gray, an actual CAV color. I'm doing my undercoat on my barrels. But I'm doing that in a real dark gray, and then I'll go back over it with a little bit of a black ink and be done with that. That's how I do my barrels. Probably do a little bit of black paint in a couple of spots too to really make it dark. You can get the same kind of a neat effect by using silver and then going back over with a black wash. That gives it kind of a more of a gunmetal look. That's just my experience. Don't ask me about color theory.
Yeah, seriously. Any new CAV colors coming out for this convention?
They are not. We are planning some for the future, but we end up doing another Kickstarter. That's probably where.
So, to the best of my knowledge, this color does not exist. Never seen it, like a color name, the name I'm about to say. And I can't believe it doesn't have unpainted gray.
Unpainted gray.
Why is there not a bottle of unpainted gray? Because all the models are already painted that color. Tip your waitress.
Come on, come on.
Or if you're old school, silver.
For you metal diehards.
Leggins? Bueller?
Yeah, that'd be second. You know, one thing that I have considered, I've been contacted several times, is to make CAV-CON a traveling every year.
Have it
At different
partner with
conventions.
other conventions? That would, let the hues of the world, uproot.
Nope, I've had many times other conventions ask me.
Partnering with them.
No tartans for me, Jeff. You're on your own.
Have?
Yeah. There's 2 or 3 YouTube videos out there about Battletech doing it.
Let me give it some thought, Jeff. I might be able to do that. Not today, nor this weekend. Let me do a little. Let me teach myself how to do tartan, and then I'll see what I can do.
I just might.
Nothing wrong with decal.
You know what the scariest part of this weekend is? It's 50 years in the future.
Yeah.
Somebody's clicking around on old Twitch. What the hell are those 2 guys doing?
Yes, sir. In my case, it'll be like my children, great grandchildren. Look, here's your stupid grandpa.
Movies.
No. Truth of the matter is a little. Them, they're very expensive. Needless to say,
Been there, done that. My wife makes a good grandma. I'm not such a grandpa.
Dave says you should just be able to come up with a tartan color, like out of the bottle.
How about I make an orange color and just call it tartan? I just want to do it, call it tang.
Tang.
Can you even get that anymore?
I have not seen Tang for sale. That I've looked for it either.
We grew up on tang.
Was what the astronauts drank.
Yeah.
I wanted to be like an astronaut.
I heard.
We can do this. We're gonna take turns.
Yeah. I don't think everybody wants to watch us eat.
I've had breakfast.
I actually have very embarrassing. Get on TV.
Oh, is that who's delivering it?
Yeah. What I heard.
Yeah.
Famous.
On the counter and
Chandler, it may be because we're moving our head up and down. We're both using a mic here over us. And at different times, I forget and I'm looking down. So it's on us. I apologize. I meant to set the gain up a little more earlier and I forgot to. Well, we've got personal mics, but we ended up not using them because when we're playing the game earlier or later, we figured it'd get in the way. It's just settings. We just need to adjust our settings a little bit. Because we've got noise suppression on, so too, and that's probably part of it. If we don't talk real loud. Yay, it's Uber Eats. Set it on the desk there, son. How's Mr. Luke today? Lots of homework. Life of a college student. Huh?
Sorry.
All right. Uh, Other than the deals that we did with the minis, that's all there is. I probably will come back and do a 2020 CAV-CON shirt, but it kind of fell aside after we decided to do this, and I want to. There's a couple of things I'd really like to do with it, so we'll release one down the road. What happens when you wait to plan something 2 weeks before you're going to do it? We are going. We are still broadcasting as we go. You want to come over and sit in the hot seat, do a CAV interview, or tell all the 20-year-olds out there to play CAV? Greatest game ever. Thank you for bringing us. We will see you later tonight. Again. I think that I can actually have these done by 6 o'clock. We're not gonna. I'm not going to be able to do any great basing on them, but they will be done. He had to make another delivery. Tried to get him to get in the hot seat. He wasn't having none of that. Yes, within the drink. I got it. At least that's what I told him. Yes, I'm going to put decals on mine. I'm not going to be decal shamed like some people. Is it time for a giveaway? You just had to bring that up, didn't you? We'll worry about it here in a little bit. It makes it very difficult when we can't get through our technical problems. But I think to fix it, I have to go off stream. Yeah, I think that may be why it's, because I installed it after we did the stream. Know what to do. Oh. Okay, so we'll do another t-shirt giveaway. Oh, and let's do this one, # hamburger. So put # hamburger if you want to be entered for a chance for a t-shirt. And we'll make a random drawing here. Like how I worked that in the hamburger. Okay, so we have 4 entries again for the hamburger thing. So we can work with a D12 again. And the winner of the next t-shirt is Thunderhead Studio. Congratulations, Chris. I will send you a message to get the pertinent information. The number 2 spot's been the go-to win a shirt twice in a row now. Down. It's getting there. It's a John special. Thunderhead Studios won the t-shirt. Don't worry, we will give more away. This Kickstarter 3 minutes. Yes, Chandler, for during the show, for every $50 that you order on the store, you get a free Cobra and Spat the Tank. And then we have the 2 convention specials, the metal ones. the Circuit and the Horus, and they are marked down 20% during the sale, during the weekend. And the $50 or however much you spend can be in anything: paint, terrain, more CAV minis, anything you want. It all counts. Well, I tried to do a little something. Like I said, I missed out on the shirts, but we did get some other stuff put together. So. Well, I'm going to turn you guys over to James here for a little bit. And I'm going to go eat my hamburger, and then I'm going to come back and finish up. And we are going to get ready for a game. I was going to fix our do our game. Okay. Feed me, Morris.
Oh, I should grab my. I guess I'll just leave it charged. I can read the chat if there's any chat to read.
Yeah.
And some decals. Eyes of Horus and Ankh. That's good. An Egyptian theme. It looked really good on that Egyptian table John had at the last CAV-CON. Horus isn't a bad little CAV either. Can't remember. It's a. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, you're right. It's a tank. It's a grab tank, as I recall, and it's got a single weapon. It's pretty potent. Can't remember what it is though. It's not a PPG, right? HPG. I don't know. We'll look it up here in a minute. Yeah, Spothes, Chandler, Scott. Fortunately, now everybody else is going to have. All right. Back to trying to kind of highlight these windshields. Teal and fire orange combo. Yeah, that sounds great. Those colors go great together. Teal and orange. Jeff, do you have story or some kind of a background for this Egyptian themed horse? Is it Terran? What models are you going to use? Cool, Terrans. All right. So the next unit that I have in mind to paint is another Almirethal unit. Almirethal, I'm not quite sure. I was reading the background while I was working on this CAV-CON unit, and I read about these all-tank units that the Almirethal has. The 9th Heavy Division or something like that. And I just think it's fun to play, sort of the quote-unquote underdoggy tank unit in the middle of a CAV universe. So I think that'd be fun. And, so I sat down and I brainstormed out the unit that I wanted to make, and kind of in my mind, I mean, there's not a ton of information on the Almirethal in the books, so kind of keyed off the picture. I mean, the little piece of artwork for them shows them to be kind of dark elves, and even though I'm pretty sure it's not John's intention to adopt all that fantasy background that's associated with with traditional dark elves, I decided to run with it so I'd have something to work with. And so, without going into any details, I just assume that they have kind of a fascination with spiders for whatever reason. And so I have it in mind to paint these tanks. Borrow one of John's here as an example. So I've got this unit that's almost all tanks, and so my thought process is to kind of mimic sort of a Black Widow look without actually trying to paint anything Black Widow. I'm not trying to say they're Black Widows or anything like that. I'm just kind of suggesting. So this idea of painting a bright red stripe down the full length of a tank, and the way I'll do that is I'll spray the tank white, then I will spray the tank red, and then when I'm ready to paint it the rest of the colors, once it's dry, and I'll probably seal it, I'll put a thin piece of masking tape right down the center to cover up the red, and then I'll come in with my airbrush and I'll paint the rest of it black. Highlight that, take the tape off, and now what I've got is I've got this black and red unit. It's not, I mean, I'm not actually painting it, like a Black Widow would have a black spot on its abdomen. I'm not doing that, but it does have the color combination. And I haven't quite decided what to call them. I see in the I think the unit's nickname is Arrow, or it has the word Arrow in the title underneath their heading. And so originally my thought was to put an arrowhead on the front of it, just, you know, like almost like a directional sign, just a big arrow right there at the front. And I may still do that because my thought was to call the unit the Black Arrows. Again, I'm not saying they're spiders, but I'm using the word black and I'm painting them black and red, kind of like a Black Widow would be. And that's kind of as far as I've gotten with it yet. A lot of the models I want to use in my force are not released yet, so it's not something I'm going to rush out and start tomorrow. But I am kind of interested in doing it. I like the idea. I think it would look fun on the table, and it would be a hoot to play. Hoot. Anyway, that's kind of what I have in mind for my next unit. I have used liquid mask before, and it's good for masking, I think, irregular shapes. But when I want to get a good, strong, clean, crisp line, I like to use tape. I don't have to try and fiddle with the edge of putty or mask to try and get it straightened out. You certainly can. The very first unit I ever painted up for CAV were those sort of Pokeball looking Templars where they're red on one side and white on the other. And I didn't use tape on those. I literally used putty. I just made it as straight as I possibly could. And then once I peeled it off and I could see the line was, you know, wiggly, I just took a brush and cleaned it up. Because with that unit, I painted a stripe down the center to hide the unevenness of that. So I straightened it up as best I could, and then I painted that line over the top of it to hide the difference. Nowadays, I think I've gotten a little bit better with my airbrush and a little bit better, you know, with masking. I think I could just do it all in one go. The other idea I had, and I haven't quite puzzled this one out yet, was instead of just having the black and the red run up against each other, I thought about doing the same thing with a white stripe down the center. And then after that's all dry, paint the black so that I've got black on both sides and then white right down the center. And then masking off the white and painting red over the center of it, so that when you peel all the mask off, finally what you've got is you've got a red stripe with a white edge on both sides to kind of make it stand out and pop away from the black. But I haven't really puzzled out the mechanics of how to do that yet. Oh, look, Gunner Fox is in here. Yeah, that guy. I like him. It was nice to see him get his studio back up. Yeah, I would love to see the War Master tournament come back again. That would be fantastic. Yeah, I agree. With Gunner there, it's a lot of work being in charge of tournaments and trying to organize them. And You know, I mean, John does that and is trying to run a convention at the same time and sell product. It's a ton of work, no doubt about it. I like the idea of NASCAR decals too. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, the War Master tournament gave us our first opportunity in sort of competitive play to get outside the basic rules that the CAV-CON tournament is run underneath. You know, the ability to buy upgrades and to bring units that we've not been allowed to use before was great. I still think there's a whole nother level to this game where you get beyond just tournament play. Tournament play is great and a lot of fun, but there's so many extra things in this game. Things that I've never seen. Greensburg's Godzillas. I never heard of those guys. That's pretty cool. Bases?
We're getting there.
Bases? Cavs don't need no stinking bases. Do they?
Sure. Think these need thinned down any?
Inks?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you they're almost certainly incredibly powerfully pigmented. And it depends on what you're trying to do. They're going to cover whatever they go on, unless you thin them down or very carefully apply them.
That's what I figured.
I would definitely put the first piece on a part of the model that's not visible.
Well, I've had ink these for a long time. I just haven't got them out. They're just some Vallejo inks. No, aren't I supposed to be only a Reaper?
I think Reaper sells inks.
Yep.
Do they?
Mm-hmm.
Inks.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe not.
Sell those liners. Chandler says he likes the idea of a last man standing battle where there's no repairs in between, like a tournament sort of thing.
No. I've never heard of it, Jeff, so that would be a no from me. Turbo dork paints?
I have heard of them. I've not used them. I've seen color shifting, and I know of Turbo Dork, the brand. But, I don't have any experience with them. Have you actually tried them, or are you just looking for? Have you done them yet? Have you tried them yet, Joe?
I am using, and we are using all Reaper paints. Mostly HD Bones paints with a few Master Series here and there. Right now I am using Vallejo inks to do a little bit of a black. I really want the black to stay around rather than mix up a paint version of it. You can I know it looks like we're painting hard, but please, if you guys have any questions, you want us to explain anything, let us know. We will. Today is our in-depth painting day by default, since I didn't get my stuff painted. I blame James.
My fault, absolutely.
Yeah. I think if I got one more day in this to paint, I'd have been done.
No, Brandon,
It
hi.
only needed one more day.
One more day. That's all we ever need. Tell Brandon hello for me.
Hello, Brandon. Da, 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 da.
Oklahoma versus Texas in CAV, I'm guessing. Red River Classic. Dominant age group. I don't know. Dominant age group. Well, as old as I am, it probably weights everything towards the upper end. Old. Solely based on me. Yeah. Ross is from Oklahoma. I know it'd be tough. There was a time when that group in Oklahoma City was really very, active, or whatever word you want to say. They were playing constantly, and honestly, I felt like that they knew the game super well. Or at least they had tons of experience playing it. That's what I really meant to say. But I think, like many things, that group's kind of drifted apart. There's a few people, or at least one, still around. Tulsa's CAV community is enthusiastic but fairly casual. We've got the Eddingtons, and then we've got Ludo, and we've got his Facebook name's Captain Foulmouth. I can't suddenly think of his name.
There's Dan.
Dan, I remember Dan. Yeah, and then we have the Semler brothers, who are probably capable of being serious players, but they just don't have a lot of games under the belt. Dan Brissett, yeah. Actually, I know him better than I used to. So honestly, I would say that Texas probably got the bigger stable of serious, like tournament caliber players in my. That's just my opinion. What about Joshua Davis? He moved back to Oklahoma. He would be an Oklahoma player. I've never played with him. Well, I take it back. I did play one game with him a long time ago. But he was playing real regular with you guys at Texas Toy Soldier. He would be somebody to consider too. I mean, I don't know if he's how serious.
I actually saw him talking about the other day that he was missing playing. So
yeah, I feel like Josh is the kind of person who could become really good at anything he put his mind to. I don't know how seriously he's ever tried to play CAV, but I feel like if he wanted to win, he would be a top-notch. Obviously, I don't know all the Texas players, but I would agree Ross and Brandon are probably the two that I know, like best in my opinion. But again, it's a gigantic state. God knows who plays that game down there that we don't even know about. Dark Horse. All he does is grind out games in his basement.
A lot of stuff goes out to a lot of different Texas addresses.
RPG Dungeon, is that the place that involved with CAV?
Yep.
The new place? I would love to go down there and play it. With the travel thing. I mean, if this had been ReaperCon weekend, I would have found a way to get over to their store and check it out, if, nothing else. But.
Yeah, no, as soon as this all sickness thing settles up, I planned on coming down there and seeing their store and seeing their setup, because I've been really impressed with the pictures. So if I do, I'll call you and
Sure.
road trip it. And we'll be giving away some of their gift certificates tomorrow. I've got, I think, 3 to give away tomorrow and 2 on Sunday. Yeah, no, they'll find their place. They just with anybody right now, this was just a horrible time to be starting anything new. Who would have thought you'd have spent years planning for your ultimate dream, and then you finally do it, and it turns into the plague. Oh, really?
Jeff, do you know, are they the ones painting those CAV forces, or are they buying them painted, or are they doing the painting? Do you know?
They do their own. They're 3 brothers.
Okay.
And they painted up all their fantasy and all their CAV stuff and a lot.
Oh.
I think they sell their painted stuff too. I think you can buy anything that they got that's
Oh, really?
their painted stuff. Yeah,
That's an
I
interesting
think I
idea.
remember them saying that. Probably not going to do cockpits.
John,
Sorry.
John, what are we gonna do?
I know. It's horrible.
You knew we were gonna do this before I did.
Well,
Speaking.
don't hate me because it's beautiful.
Side of the battle.
I wouldn't know because I'm banned.
Okay, so this RPG dungeon place has the. I presume I could go in as a solo player and get a game, right? One of the owners would play me, probably.
Awesome.
Okay. So here's my strategy. I go in to play the game. Owner gets out his models that are for sale. I get out my models. In the middle of the game, when things are going against me, I buy one of his models and take it off the table. That's mine. You can't play with that. Get my model.
He would probably laugh all the way to the bank.
I'm sure he would. Nothing wrong with losing a game and making a sale.
Yeah.
Think of not painting the cockpit, simply applying a face covering to be vivid compliant.
Well, I'm trying to get done so that we can play. At least have a somewhat respectable force at the time of it.
Does your computer have the CAV app or?
I'll have to go.
I'm gonna keep it simple for the first game.
Yeah. Forgiving day.
It's gonna take one. How long till we start playing, do we think?
Hopefully here in the next 30 minutes or so. I'm so close to being done.
Then we have some bookkeeping to do. John said we would make lists once we got up here, so I didn't bring a printed list or anything.
Well, go charge, Chandler. I'll bet there's some YouTube videos out there for fantasy stuff. Scaled.
On a CAV? As a matter of fact, I know Ross has done something like that. I can't remember. I mean, I'm sure we can catch him on at some point in time this weekend and ask him. He did a model where he painted scales onto like part of a CAV, not the whole CAV, I don't think, but like a chest area or the arm. He had a spot where it was fairly bare and he could work with it. But I mean, really, when you think about it, like scales are really just shield shapes, maybe? I mean, you can pick whatever kind of scale you want. Make a bunch of overlapping shield shapes in a basic color, and outline them with a darker version of that color, wash them gently. Glaze is probably the right word. Glaze them gently in whatever the other color is that's on your model. Kind of it. I mean, if you're just into doing it symbolically, if you're not trying to actually make it look like scales, then you can think of it as just heraldry, right? Just a series of repeating shield patterns. That's scales. I have some of those Fallout hobby stencils. You can get some really small ones. Yeah, that tastes really good, doesn't it? You can get some really small ones. Try and apply those to your calves. Hey, there's Ross. Yeah, draw with a mechanical pencil and paint each scale. I knew we'd see him.
It's good and tasty. I'm gonna kill Chris.
Which one?
The bloody living one.
Oh, okay. Why is that?
Bringing up the giveaways, knowing how much problems we're having. Yes, Chris, we'll do a giveaway. Killing me, balls.
Any hints on the new faction doc?
Not really. Herb's working on a lot of those, and I haven't seen the latest versions of them.
Here's my prediction, Tiger. Which faction are you playing? That's the one that's not going to be the best. That's what happens to me. Ritter for the win. John, just totally asking you to ballpark. No statistics required. Since you have an insight into what sales are like, which factions models?
Terran.
Terrans? You
Yep.
sell more Terrans than anything?
Yep.
That, in your opinion, is that because of the models or the volume of models that are available?
I think the designs.
People like the Terran designs?
Yeah. With probably, and it may be because of the originality of them and stuff, and the fact it's the older Kickstarter. Rock is probably second. So right
Well,
now, so many Templar and stuff is from the last Kickstarter, you know, so they're still working through those.
a lot of the really common CAV iconography is hot, right?
Yes.
Bold, it's big, it's red.
Yeah.
They're, you know, they're aggressive. Dave ADV, that is a genius idea. Spot the doctrine. All spot the force gets 4 extra spot this per 5K.
I'm sure you'd be all over that.
Nobody here. Yeah. This is John's. It is a dental pick. I grabbed it because I need to, you know, break the buildup in the paint in some cases, and I didn't bring a needle, which I would normally use. But yeah, I mean, dental picks are wonderful tools for all kinds of hobby-related things. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think you can actually get a set of them through like Northern Tool or Harbor Freight, at least on their online store now.
Yeah.
I think I saw them one time on there. Of course, you can always get them from Micro Mark, but they can be a little pricey. Amazon, I'm sure.
Everything's on Amazon.
I hate painting wheels.
How do you feel about decals?
I am all over for decals. I'm good.
You already decaled them?
No, I said as far as just doing them, I don't.
Yeah, Jeff. If you're buddies with your dentist, I'm sure they
Throw them away by
throw-
the dozens.
Yeah, literally. I mean, in
That's
the
where
old,
everybody used to always get them, was from the dentist throwing them away, and everybody, because the sculptors used them for
Right.
green stuff.
I mean, so when I was in the Army, I was in a field hospital. We used to autoclave our stuff, but I really doubt there are any dentists out there doing that. I suspect they're single use even. I mean, ask him for the ones he uses on you. I don't know. They might clean those. I guess it depends on the
Probably for a while.
maybe.
Yeah, and then after a while, kind of.
There's a fun story. You can back in the old days, you could take an autoclave, put a styrofoam cup like this size in it, and autoclave it, and it would come out just like a giant shot glass. Brittle as all heck. Not that we were ever
Yeah, doing stuff like with military equipment or government issue stuff.
Nikki. Okay. Okay. Go through water that was. How's it going? Dave has an autoclave. Dave, you scare me.
I usually don't get too worried until one of them tells me they got a crematorium. Then I get a little, I'm not going to visit you.
Seriously. Then you find out he runs it. Like, totally legit. Happens where he works. But he's got it. All right. Turning grim in chat now.
Oh, great. Yeah, there's not too many shows out there now that you can't go watch that will teach you how to get rid of a body. Amazing. Awesome.
I don't watch television. I haven't had cable in my house in
We cut the cord a couple of years ago. Taking a little drop of that ink and then daubing it in that black paint.
Yeah.
Sure does improve the flow.
Games Workshop is not one of my favorite companies. I don't hate them or anything. They make good washes.
I've got 3 tanks worth of wheels, and then my rockets and my missiles, and then bases. I don't have green.
Anyone use sponge on a cab for texturing? I mean, Ross does a lot of weathering. He may use the sponge when he does that weathering. I've not actually tried the texture. I mean, from what I've seen, the uses of sponges with miniatures are typically a weathering effect. But who knows? You might invent something brand new. I think the sponge would be pretty cool to do a kind of a model pattern like on the Big Dictator. Yeah, where you got more room. Or the Starhawk 6. Are there any of those in existence, the big ones?
No, not yet.
Not even a sample?
No. Getting bumped down the list.
Is it as simple as sending them the file, or is there work to be done before it's ready for trench work? Even make a sample?
Well, I don't know that we're going to do this one with trench.
Okay, that's interesting in and of itself. But I guess what I'm asking is, you've got the files to make the Starhawk 6 in CAV scale.
In big scale too. We've got it done.
Is that a separate file? I guess is really what I'm
Yes.
asking. So, who's the sculptor?
Chris did it.
Mr. Lemming?
Yeah.
Lemming, I owe you dinner. Come and take me up on it later. Wow. Good looking model. But he made a separate one to add extra details, or?
Right. Well, because the original Starhawk was based off the original metal figure.
Oh, okay.
So we've gone back and redone it to make it into more modern detail and new stuff out. Kind of like what you saw with the Starhawk 5, the Warhawk.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, Jeff, now that CAVBoss mentions doing it on a big model, I mean, give it a shot. Why not? I mean, you could just experiment on the side of a coffee can or something to see what it looks like. Lemming, standard treatment meaning the things that you did to convert the STL files, or standard treatment in that people throw roses in front of your feet as you walk around the city? I'm not sure.
I don't know that I'd call it that. I think I would call it Chris fix this.
Oh, okay.
The term I normally use.
All I'm saying is, like 3 out of 4 times when I say I really like that model, it turns out Mr. Lemming is the sculptor.
Well, you know, he is our in-house sculptor. It's the lion's share of the
Of
work.
Yeah.
Chris, we already spend too much time together. If I brought you roses, my wife would get upset. No, there will never be a 6-legged calf.
Until you kit bash one.
Yeah, you can redo one. There will be new versions of the scorpion and stuff done, but they will go back to being, they'll be 4 legs.
Is that a personal preference of yours? Is there a modeling reason or a casting reason to avoid that?
Personal. I have a hard enough time wrapping my head around 4-legged mechs. 6-legged ones totally blow my brain. In the realm of why would you? No, I don't have anything against insects. I just don't think that 6-legged calves are meet my, what do you say, aesthetic?
Yep, they're not your aesthetic. And your aesthetic is the one that counts. You write the checks.
This will tell you, this will put it in perspective. I have the molds of the scorpion and
The old ones.
the old ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could go out and cast a million of them in metal right now. Over the last year or two, all the emails, the people asking for them, the ones that show up on eBay for double price.
Right.
I could have cashed in big time.
Yeah. You just don't like money.
That's part of it too.
So now, we need a reason. So like, and I'm just making stuff up off the spur of the cup, right? So like, the Rock always attacked multi-legged calves first because of something in their mythology.
They don't like insects.
Apparently not. And so they always go after them, and it got to the point where they were unpopular amongst the pilots because they would run past the rhino to get to the scorpion. And it's like, the heck, look at that guy. He's going to shoot you in the back with giant rotor cannons of doom and punching me in the face. What's going on with that? No, never mind. When I get a new cab, I don't want that one. Stop selling.
Yeah.
The Rock did it.
It's all on the Rock. They like your explanation.
Dude?
Yep. Yeah, they're all good.
Yeah. Once the little fire support quad CAV guys and the infantry carriers realized they were being targeted ahead of the mainline attack units, they're like,
Yes, there will be rotor aircraft. You might look on our YouTube page and do a search for the Hind. I think the video is up of that one. It was in Kickstarter too, but we didn't make it as a level. Tills curl.
you need one of those little Baker Vortex.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna get one. God, the ones I saw were like $60 or $80. I just was like, yeah, I don't need one that big. Micro Mark's got a little cheapy with batteries. Hell, they've been around forever. It lays in there sideways.
Yeah.
And
I've seen
you
that.
use a rubber band to hold it in there.
I think Ludo has.
Yeah, they've been around forever. Oh, so close. I'm so close. Because my eyes are crossed.
Yep.
You like my popsicle bases? They're great for airbrushing.
Allows you to get into close combat from further away than normal.
Yeah. Running speed. No, the popsicle bases are left over from used to doing all the small armies and everything like that.
Yeah.
I'd put like 10 figures on there. You just kind of work like a conveyor belt system down to get them done.
No tattoos for me. I am not a tattoo person. No tattoo. Tell you what, John, the last 2 or 3 weeks, including today, is like the most painting I have done in it.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, it's a good thing, but I'm guessing next week I may take the painting. Going out on a limb.
Or you'll be just super inspired to hit it again.
Tell you what, I have to figure out how to put together that black arrows. Just I might do some painting.
No.
But I don't think it's going to happen, John. Oh, not a model.
I need some yellow and I'm gonna paint.
All right, everybody in the chat, help me come up with something that John still needs to do to finish painting. Not that I don't want to play it, just I'm trying to pay him back. I thought I was done. And then it suddenly was like, you didn't do decals. Decals are easy. Pale saffron. I've used that color before.
It's yellowy enough.
Decals. I think Mr. Lemming is addressing the lack of decals.
I'm on decal.
He's gonna decal them.
It won't take me 5 minutes to put decals on these guys.
All right.
They will be decaled.
Can we time in if you fail? You have to answer one question completely truthfully.
Sure.
All right. Chat, think of a question you want John to answer 100% the truth to. If he doesn't decal all these models in 5 minutes, we get to ask him a question.
Yeah, I didn't drill any barrels this time. Normally I do, actually, on the bigger gun.
See you later, Jeff.
Yeah, we'll be going here in a little bit. We're getting ready to start on our game. And everybody's sick of hearing us say that. Having this out of the way will do much better tomorrow.
So we get all the hiccups. Sign off after the game, or you plan to keep going?
No, I figured 8 o'clock's our official sign off with the carryover till 9.
Okay.
Need to. You?
Yeah. I just work here. You tell me what we're doing.
Great. We're guys like you. Important rule, don't talk while
And we're demonetized. Listen to. Oh, you said.
nothing a little bit. I'm gonna throw them on bases, and while the bases are sitting here for a minute, I'll
We're still got to print out step cards or something.
get our cards right quick and set our board up. And go. Do you have a set way that you do missiles or rockets?
In terms of painting,
Uh-huh.
I like the idea of doing them white and then dabbing a tiny little bit of color on top of them so that it looks like there's a white outline.
Yeah.
Honestly, oftentimes the missiles are too small or I don't have time. So frequently I'll just pick the color I like and just paint the
I do all my rockets in green or yellow,
Yeah.
and all my missiles in white or
All of them. I do not have a rule like that. Maybe I need one. But I usually pick whatever color that's, helps me pop out the most.
I have a little too. Well, just for you, since they have such pronounced little nipples, put the little red on it.
Go for it.
Just a little nipple. Should I use like drow nipple paint?
You make your own color. Missile nipple.
Rupee red. Yeah,
Missile nipple.
missile nipple.
To go along with unpainted gray.
Yes.
Drilled the barrels and painted the rifling on the inside.
That might be. Breathe. It's that one. Damn it, Jim. I'll come back.
You were kidding, were you?
No, I was not. I told you I was going for the nipple. Screw it up.
You guys may have. Buy these from you. David Mike with his mermaids. Oh, solo meal.
I'm done painting.
Decal time? Do we need a timer?
I gotta put the bases on first, and while they're setting, I'm gonna go get my decals. Other than just the names of the unit, or at least on my Templars, that's all we got. I'll add some stuff down the road. It just, we didn't get that far ahead. Again, James' fault.
Yep, my fault. Did I do this time?
They were asking if we had any fiction or background to our units for. Three, six. All right, a little super glue. It's like Iron Man painting.
Yeah, seriously. Let's call for tournament lists in 5 minutes. Dave, I see your question about background. I know John said something about it earlier. I don't have any for mine either, but my next unit, the black arrows, I promise you, as I'm working on them, I'm going to write up some fiction for them. I'll make sure I share it with whoever might be interested. Did some stuff for that Templar unit, the Royal Blues, a while back, but that's been a long time. Need to pay more attention to that.
Three or four layers of paint makes sure it's a little tight to get in there.
Yeah.
Oh.
The basis for your tanks?
Oh no, no. Here they are.
Good. Ready for the decal timer?
Let me really decal them. I will, but we need to get.
Yeah.
All right. I present to you my Templar Force. Ta-da! 90% done. 80% done. If you guys will give us a few minutes, we're going to get everything set and we'll switch over to the other board and we'll start playing a game. So just hang tight.
Leave you with some music to listen to.
Well, I wish.
It might be a good time to restart the stream.
Oh, Gonna give me a test.
Hello out there in CAV
Seems like it's
land. Good to go? Okay. Fool's lawyer? You mean John's playing himself? He says, Chandler says he can hear
This
us.
is TV.
There's nothing on the screen and there's no signal to say it's on.
Get it.
Right there. Is it right here?
Should be a little light. Like, it's on.
Yeah, it says it has power, right?
Okay.
Here it comes. HDMI 1. No signal. There we go. It has the input overlay over the top of it. There, it's not. You're right. You can see us and hear us. We are not. We have a regular, the same mic we were using earlier, suspended over the table. You know you can pop the chat out and see only chat. You know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we know. Kind of works. We're right in this.
Yeah, looks good.
Everybody calm down.
Ah!
Apparently that was balanced.
Perfect. At least nothing hit the floor.
I thought about bringing all 6 of my sabers.
I think that would be hilarious.
All right. A duelist, a warhawk, and the 2 claymores.
Claymores. I couldn't think of claymores. All right. Teach me how to play this game, monsieur.
Sure, I got what I got.
One thing I did forget to bring were D12s.
Well, it just so happens
Maybe you might
I have a whole pile of them.
literally don't have any indirect fire, but I'll keep it over here anyway. So we're playing 1900 points. It's going to be just kind of a campaign style game. We, because it's so late, it's been such a busy day, we decided to just keep it simple, play a quick game, try something a little more complicated tomorrow. John looks like he's fielding, if you didn't hear him already, a Duelist, a Starhawk, two Claymores, Warhawk, sorry. Yeah. And I am fielding a Cobra, two King Cobras, and a Hammer, which is the Ritter Rhino Lend-Lease model. That's a good question. How are we doing activation? Turns out
Oh, okay. I'm getting ready to explain that.
Okay. I don't know if it matters, but it looks like this is frozen right here. It's okay over here.
What's frozen?
So this image is.
Well, it shouldn't. And other than me coming in and out of it.
I don't know if that matters.
Do you guys see me on the camera?
Yeah, I mean, my phone's picking it up, so it's still streaming.
It's just because I shrunk it down.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, because we're doing single squads, and it's such a pain in the ass to shuffle cards, what I've done is I've put 5 red cards and 5 green cards in here. I will shuffle them, and then we will draw the top card. That's first activation, and the other guy goes. Then we'll reshuffle and do it again.
So squad activation, but
it's
with
squad
extra
activation,
cards.
But so we have extra cards. We have each of us have 5 cards, so we have the same percentage to go. And we'll deploy first within the first 6 inches.
Okay.
So we'll draw for that. Okay, you ready?
Which color are you?
I am green and you are red. I figured that'd go together with my green paint scheme.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, so first card up is green. So I deploy first.
So let's talk real quick to make sure we know what the terrain does. Do we agree on what it is?
Okay, all the woods are light woods.
Okay.
We have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 5, level 3, level 3, and level 4. We have some rough, and we have a couple of water things to keep everybody from running down the center. We didn't really come back and put a lot of stuff back here on the end since we've got the middle so filled in. It's really good, and we don't have a lot of indirect. It's really going to come down to us meeting somewhere in the middle. We did set an objective up here for grins and giggles.
I mean, we're going to interact with it, right?
We'll interact with it.
So so how do we interact with it? What do we have to do?
I don't know.
Let's pick one. It's okay by me. Control it. You know, whoever has
the winner is
control it by
2 turns.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is On each individual turn, how do I know which side controls it?
You have to be up there next to it to control it.
Okay, so next to it meaning
If
like
you're
this
up
guy
here,
right here?
if you're, yeah, basically, what is that going to be, like a 6-inch circle right there
okay, so if you're inside 6 inches of it,
of the deal.
even
Right.
if you're like,
But you have to be on this level.
you have to be on the level.
You have to be
Okay,
on the level
that's fine.
for it to count.
And when do we take the test? At the end of the turn?
It will be, well, no, yeah, it'll be at the end of the turn. If you
Okay.
don't, if there's no enemy there, then that's a turn that you control it.
Okay.
Then you have to control it a second turn, and if you do, you win.
Okay, and that's a turn is both of our actions.
Yes, at the end of the activation. So if I get my guy in there
Right.
before the second one ends, then that all starts over, and we got to fight till somebody gets
Gotcha.
cleared out.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
So, since I have to go first, I'm not going to get fancy. And I do need to do something to designate my,
Which one of your guys?
which one is which.
Yep.
Since I didn't get the decals. Even though I was going to, and you told me not to.
Now that's my fault too.
But luckily, since the base work's not done, I can write on the base. So we'll have number 2. And number 1.
Okay.
I could confuse you, number 2 and number 3. That way you wouldn't know.
Doesn't take that much to confuse me.
Do you have anybody with double time?
Yeah, the Cobra has double time.
Okay.
The King Cobra, all the Cobra variants have double time.
Okay, you know now to qualify for double time, you only get 1 turn.
So I can take it whenever I
Yeah,
want.
you anytime you want to, and you have to spend all your movement,
Okay.
but you can't burn, turn, move like that or stuff like that.
Okay.
You get your 1 free turn.
Okay.
If you do a second turn, you don't get double time.
I can move, but I just don't get. I'm not harder to hit.
Yeah, you still
Like if
get.
I want to, I can take 2 turns and move 13. I'm easy. I'm just normal.
You don't get
to
the
hit.
double time, right?
So my 2 Cobras, I got the one guy with kind of the railroad track in the middle of his base. So I've marked him as railroad.
Okay,
Are you deployed?
I'm deployed.
All right. What about you? Did the Claymores have double time?
Yes.
So walk me through your units real quick. Claymores have missile pods or guided missiles or rockets?
We have rockets,
Okay.
so I'm the only indirect, I think, on the board.
Okay.
They are hard, double time, active phase array 2, chameleon, countermeasures 2, fire control systems, ammo bin, and advanced targeting computers with 4 rocket 5s.
And the strength of the rockets is
They're 5s. They're light R5, so they're start at damage 2.
2-2 is what they are?
2 2s.
Okay. Not the second one matters. Okay. And the I know what the duelist does. I played them plenty. I don't know what the Warhawk does.
2 heavy max and 2 light guided missiles with reinforced advanced targeting computer, Wizzo and tag.
And the MAC is 7 or 8?
7.
Okay.
730.
I'm going to assume you know what all my models do. You made them.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I don't, you will show me.
Yeah. Hopefully. Double time on the Claymores?
Yes. Yeah, they have movement 11. If you ask a question, we'll try to keep. I can kind of see it. James is going to have to be more of the paying attention to questions, and if we get behind, just wait. We will get to it.
I should stop thinking and just play. I have superior mobility. It allows me to ignore 1 point of extra movement cost, right? I believe.
Yes.
Improved handling is the one that lets you go sideways.
Yeah.
Read it. Superior mobility. -1 movement cost to move through rough, blah, 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 blah. Okay, perfect.
And our big one is Do you have anybody with reinforced? The Rhino or the Hammer does, doesn't it?
The Hammer has reinforced too.
Okay, so that's the one that everybody always forgets.
Yeah.
So we're everybody reinforced.
So John, I'm looking at this, and it looks to me like the only way to get to this objective is to come up these stairs.
Is this way and crossover.
That's the only way to get up there.
That's the reason I said it that way, because I figured that'd be a tricky spot to, everybody's got to meet at the OK Corral.
I think that, yeah, I think you're right. I think that is a tricky spot.
Yeah. But we can both come from either side. So you can come from this side and this side and not have line of sight. So until you start getting up on the deal, nobody can even see each other unless you come around.
Right.
This is actually a pretty, I like this
it.
setup. For
like
a quickie throwing stuff down, it turned out pretty good.
I think it's fantastic.
Yes, this is very much a maneuver board. You may regret not having no indirect, but
yeah, your indirect's only a 2.
But I got 4 of them.
Yeah, okay.
Salvo, baby!
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
We are coming downtown. I need that. What's that? The dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun. From my Templars. Dun 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 dun.
Good enough.
All right. What do you got a question there?
From
Kruger.
Choke Point Delta. Kruger, I need to have the after game press conference take questions on what you were thinking when you lost 45-3. Will you just start that now? Ask me how I lost?
Okay, so we're going to shuffle.
Yep.
You're good. Oh,
and you're green and I'm red.
I'm green, you're red.
Okay.
Okay. Red moves.
All right.
So what we do now is he will move all 4 of his models, and he will declare kind of a general of move, shoot. You should get in the habit of declaring that. It's not such a big deal for a friendly game, but for a pickup game or tournament, it will save you a lot of arguing, just in case.
Okay. I'm going to start out. I need to declare them all because they're a single squad.
Declare them, yeah.
Okay. So they're all going to double move.
Okay. And then off you go, and you get 2 free turns.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Start out with this Cobra 1.
And he only has to move one of his moves on a double time model in order to qualify for double time.
Okay.
So as long as either one of those or meet that criteria, then you have double time. And I ignore the -1 movement penalty for the woods because I have superior mobility. Yep. So you pay the 1, but
so I just move through it as if it wasn't there.
Correct.
Right.
But and get the cover benefits. These are disrupted, but we're going to use those for our double time.
Sure. I'm just going to move up into the woods and stay there inside the woods.
Okay.
And then
dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
So this guy is going to basically take the same kind of move. I got to spend 1 to go up the hill, but I got plenty of movement. He's going to move into the woods.
Superior ignores level 1.
Does it?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm just going to park him
You
right there.
ignore rough, light woods, and level 1 elevations.
Or elevation terrain types. Yeah, that's what it says. Okay.
Now for you, dun dun dun. Dun, dun, dun. Nice little Russian music.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
And then this guy's got plenty of movement as well. He's gonna, the Cobra's movement 13.
Yep.
He's gonna take a 18-inch move there. That's his first move. He's just gonna park himself inside this little. The inside of it, over to the right, and then the
Slow poke.
Hammer is going to double move 14. He has to pay for this. There's not enough room for him to go through there. Doesn't want to wander out that way and take a bunch of really long range
Now,
shots.
just for the sake of, this is a good reason. Because this will come up in tournament play. Your bases determine where your model is. Even if you've got the normal hex base and your model is twice as wide, it goes by the base of the model. So if you use a bigger base, it can cost you possibly when you move, because like in this situation, I probably could move through there and you could without paying for the extra. So that's just something to remember for tournament play or whatever. That's really the only time bases really matter.
Beg to differ just briefly. Your bases suck and they're ugly. And so that's a complete difference. There you go. So there we go.
But I can move through there.
You know,
okay.
Power gamer,
So,
you just move where you want to move.
I'm going to double move these guys. And these guys are going to move. And they are both going to salvo fire the Cobra on the right.
Okay.
King Cobra on the right.
Go for it.
Okay? Or, no, let's do the Cobra. Let's just, yeah.
Which
That's
one?
what I meant, the Cobra, the one
Okay.
in front.
You said King Cobra.
I said Cobra first, and I said King because I got whatever.
You haven't touched the model.
I haven't
It's okay.
done it yet. Okay, so my duelist is 7.
Okay.
So he is going to make a free turn. All but. The Warhawk is a 12, so he's going to turn and go there. And then the Claymores are going to make a little bit of a turn for their free one, and they move 2011. He's going to go there and be double time. And he's going to do the same thing and go 11 and be double time. Okay, so now range is a base of 12.
And you're firing which one first?
There should get both of them the same. It's going to be 36. So both.
And these are the claymores, right?
These are the two clay. I'll do it to go bam bam, but range is the same.
Okay.
So at 36, that's long range.
Okay.
So that gives me a +2.
Well, let's walk through it now because the point is to learn.
Well, we're doing the strike point first.
Okay.
So I'm going to just roll.
Because you get a 10 plus, it's a hit. And you're targeting where?
The area underneath the Cobra.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the first one.
Both of them.
But you don't roll them both at the same time.
No, I'm doing this one. I'm going to do this one and that one.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. So in this case, I did not make the roll.
Right.
So I can now figure up my numbers.
Whether you can get that
whether
to
I
a
can
10.
make that up to a 10.
Yeah.
The woods doesn't count towards strike point.
Nope.
I didn't do a target lock, so I don't get advanced targeting computer. I do both have fire control systems, so that will,
+1.
but I get +2 because there's 2 of us.
I didn't think the first one counted. Like the first one can give himself a bonus?
No, the first you don't get the +1 for the 1 until you get the 2,
And then you get all of them.
You get the +2
Okay,
up to a +3.
I'm not arguing with
No,
you.
I'm just let me double check
Just trying to make sure I
we do
understand.
change things from time to time.
Is that the latest copy of the rules?
This would be it. Yeah, requires. I get a +1.
+1. Okay.
+1.
So now,
Because we made it so it's +1 or +2.
and it's the back one firing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So so that counters out the at least 1. So now I'm still -1 because of the range.
Okay.
And then nothing else matters. So that is a scatter.
Okay.
With a +2 because of the range.
So +2 to the distance?
To the distance.
Okay.
Okay. So in this case, it is going 9 inches.
Kind of towards me. From the center there, lands right there. What's the AoE?
1 inch.
Don't think you make anything.
Okay.
Very close. Sure it's not 2. If it's 2, you're going to hit.
No, it's
Okay.
1. with them being 5s, they're just ones.
So now so here's the question I have.
Okay.
So along the line of sight towards that guy,
Okay.
I'm really close to being within 1 inch of this tall hill.
Yes.
Does that impact indirect fire?
To the attack.
To the attack roll. So
Yes.
you have to land the strike point first.
Right.
Okay. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Well, yeah, technically speaking, because if that's...
It's close. I'm not saying it's there.
Right.
I'm just saying if you hit a strike point, we'll worry about it.
All right, so the second one,
Okay.
we're going to roll.
Strike point.
Strike point is a 7.
Closer.
But that's still not going to be enough.
You don't have enough pluses. So you're going to miss by 2 again?
2, yep, 2 for the roll.
And that's because of the
range.
The range.
Yeah,
Okay.
there it's +1, +2, +3, medium, long, extreme.
Okay.
Or did we just go 2 or 3? It's still 2, but let me just see something.
Sure.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. All right, so this time it goes 10 way this way. So no worry there.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm done. Any questions?
So now, and again, I'm going to ask some questions. I think I already know the rules too, but
Okay.
they're there to help people in the chat that may not. So you fired weapons with the ammo special ability, or limited, the ammo ability, probably.
Limited ammo.
Yeah, limited ammo, all right. So, but because you scattered, there's no chance that you ran out of ammo.
No, you still need to make the ammo roll.
So you take one roll for each one, or for
Yes.
each system?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll do yellow and blue.
Okay.
Okay, they're both good.
They're both good.
No double ones.
Okay.
Yeah, you really should do that. I mean, a lot of people don't. If it's just a scatter, it's a scatter and goes on. But technically on those kind of things, you should still roll.
So help me walk through this one more time. All right, so there's only a single strike point roll no matter how many indirect fire weapons I'm firing.
Right.
But let's say you had landed that, you would have had 2 chances to hit me, correct?
One chance because I did salvo.
Oh, you did salvo.
Right.
Okay.
Now, if I didn't do salvo, then I would have rolled for 4.
You would have taken 4 chances to run out
Correct.
of ammo. Okay, gotcha.
No, you only make, well, yeah, when you roll 4 times to hit, any chance.
Because I mean, if I'm shooting a Mac here and a Mac here, and this Mac runs out of ammo,
Yes.
and I don't have an ammo bin, they're all out of ammo.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, so if I had not fired on salvo, then yes, you
okay.
should make 4 rolls. Again, it's how you go by the rules. That's
Not a problem. Just trying to understand.
But yeah, on the with the new errata, with the indirect or whatever, if your base is within 1 inch of a level 3 or higher, you can't shoot, but you cannot be shot, even with indirect fire.
Okay, level 3 or higher if you're within 1 inch. So a level 3 or higher piece of terrain casts a shadow that protects models within 1 inch of the terrain, as long as the line of sight comes through the thing, or does it matter?
By line of sight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's one that's new, and we may need to tweak a little bit more, but that's pretty
Chandler Scott is asking, is that a new rule? I thought that only applied to PPGs on overdrive. This is the running out of ammo thing.
No, you should do the same thing. If you fire, well, on those cases, because it's a direct fire, the roll is going to be there anyway.
Yeah. So
we're going ahead and doing the combat rolls even on a miss, even though we're not really hitting anybody, but you're still shooting them and they are hitting somewhere on the ground. There is a chance that you could jam.
Yeah, run out of ammo.
Yes.
Limited ammo or ammo.
Or ammo.
So
well,
you have
it'll only be limited ammo because artillery and rockets are the only indirect. Yeah, the other ones are all direct fire, so you're making the one roll, so that corrects itself. Right
so
there.
I didn't know that only indirect fire weapons have limited ammo, which is what I think you just said.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, as far as, I'm pretty sure it does. I think only them and artillery is the only one.
But generally speaking,
Or do guided missiles have it?
that they're a direct fire weapon.
They have limited ammo, but they are direct fire, yes.
So I think the idea here is just because you missed your strike point doesn't protect you from the chance you might run out of ammo.
you should still make that roll to see if you roll double ones.
Yeah. Or if you were firing a Mogwai or whatever that thing is with 6 things,
Yes.
you would take 6 rolls
If
to
you,
run
did,
about
if you
it.
didn't do salvo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so salvo protects you with only 1 roll.
Right, but just it goes with the territory.
That seems
You're giving everything up
perfectly
anyway.
fine to me. So every time you pull the trigger on an ammo or limited ammo weapon, you take the chance you're running out of ammo.
Correct.
Okay. No free get out of jail cards. All right.
Other than ammo bins.
With an ammo.
Or upgrades or special.
Which the butcher does not have. Okay, so Lady Lemming, all are affected in either scenario at Chandler Scott. I guess he's answering a question.
Yes, all are affected. So if any 4 of those, if I roll double ones, it affects all 4 systems at the same time.
Right. So you have to cash in an ammo bin,
which clears all of them. Yeah. Yeah, it's an either or. There's no, because we don't track individual weapons or.
Right. So
now I will say this as a home rule, you can do that if you want to play. It's like that particular launcher and be more detailed. We just don't do that because of the speed factor. It's not that it doesn't come up that much, and it's not worth it to.
I just want to restate it in my own words to make sure that I understood the idea.
Yeah.
I roll a strike point, I miss. I fired a total of 4 indirect fire weapons.
Yeah.
I roll 2 sets of dice for each one. Every dice is a 1.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 ammo bin gets me out of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Ammo bin clears everything, but you don't get to use it again.
Somebody says maybe 3 bears and a cobra isn't so good. I think indirect fire is still fine. You just, you need your ammo bins.
Yes. Well, and you don't want to make 4 rolls salvo fire.
Yeah.
The salvo fire gets you out of that, and you just have to roll 1
then
time.
You're just making 1 roll.
But you're still, if you had been on target and you had rolled 4 times, you're still rolling 4 times.
Yeah.
So you still would have done it regardless. You'd have just been happier because you were on target.
Yeah, Bloody Lemming, if I understood John correctly, if you rolled 100 indirect fire rolls, every dice came up 1s. Every one of them, 1 ammo bin clears you of all of those.
If it all happened at the same time.
As long as it all happened at the same time.
Yeah. Okay. Ready?
Yes, sir. Yay! I get to go. All right. Oh, let me think about this here. All right, so we're going to try and pick off that trailing, what's it called again?
The Claymore.
Claymore, okay. So,
Claymore number 1.
See if I can remember how this works. Does not have salt. Those. Plenty of regular. Run and gun is -1 per weapon system you fire while run and gunning, right?
That's to the attack, yes.
To the attack.
Yeah. And then your speed is movement -2 and then double, I believe.
Yeah.
Unless you're a movement 4, then it's -1. Got me nervous.
No, it's all right. So help me remember now. So to get a target lock, you have to be within what range do you have to be within?
There is no range.
So target locks apply anywhere on the tabletop. Okay.
Yes. The EST has a range, but to do that like 36 inches. But
so when you say the EST has range, that means the model I'm sharing the target lock has to be within 36 inches of me.
Yes.
So in this case,
You're
hypothetically, fine. But if I had a guy standing over here, maybe not so fine.
Correct.
Okay, let's think about this for a minute. An active phase array requires the target to be within a certain amount of range?
Yep, of 24 or 30, depending on if it's 1 or 2.
Okay, gotcha. And double time is both your actions?
No, you only have to spend 1 action, but you have to use all your...
I said the wrong word. I apologize. Run and gun.
Yes.
Is both your actions.
Right, and it qualifies as the same role as run and gun. You get you get your 2 free turns.
Right.
Or, yeah, but you still have to. That's if you make any extra turns.
You don't qualify for double time.
You can't get your.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, so probably should have done that. Okay, so the Cobra is going to, he's going to target lock the rear thing I can't remember.
Claymore.
Claymore. He's going to target lock the rear Claymore and he's going to move. Okay. The Rhino is going to attempt to run and gun and shoot the Claymore.
Okay.
The 2
King Cobras.
And ignore all that. Not allowed to measure beforehand. They are going to move and attempt to shoot the rear Claymore.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to activate the Cobra first.
Okay.
He target locks and then automatically shares the target lock via his EST.
EST.
Right. And then he's going to move over into this piece of woods.
Okay.
Assuming 13 inches will get him there real easily. He's going to pop over to here inside the woods so that at least currently there's no line of sight between him and those guys over there because of the woods.
Now, the only function you had there, you don't have your double time because you had to turn in the woods to move that direction, and now you turn back this way.
So I don't have to turn back to you. That was more of an artistic move. If I keep facing that way, I can retain the double time?
Yes.
So,
if you used all your points, if you have no movement left.
So in other words, let's say let's say I had enough movement that I could get over to there. I have to move over there?
You have to move all your movement in order to get double time for one action.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think that was all his movement, so I will give up the double time and face towards you.
Okay.
Just so
it's kind of a wash because of the woods. I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty close anyway.
Okay.
But.
He has no shot.
Okay.
So now I'm pretty sure the Rhino is going to fail this because of this move, because of the extra cost of this movement here. He's going to.
The easiest way to figure that is just measure how many inches it takes you to get out of that to clear it, and then just double that, subtract that from your movement, and that's what you got left over.
So in previous games, when I was moving out of things that cost extra movement, I paid double movement until I got to this point right here. Is that the case?
As long as the front edge of your base is got an X between the edge, then yes. If you are here and you're moving out, then you don't have to pay because you're that first inch, you're not in it, you're not there. Okay. Now, if you are here, then you have to pay that.
Okay. So I didn't understand that completely.
Okay.
So let me show you the example that I understand, and you tell me what happens.
Okay.
This is my model. I'm in the woods. Okay. I have to pay 2 inches of movement while I'm in the rough terrain, right?
Yes.
So I take a 1 inch move. That puts me about there.
Okay.
I'm still.
Then you're done paying for rough.
Okay. As soon as the front of my base clears it.
You're not right.
Oh,
it's where your base move when your base.
I don't have to drag the rear of my base all the way out.
No.
It's so at that point right there, I'm done paying for rough terrain.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
But if you have a sliver you're paying an extra.
Okay. Now at the beginning of that, you seemed like you had a rule that made that easy to figure out. Will you walk me through that?
Well, what all I do is you just measure the direction that you want to go, how far it's going to take you to clear the wood to get clear of the rough from the front of your base right now.
Okay, so let's do this in another way. All right. So this my paper is the rough terrain.
Okay.
And so I start moving this way. At what point am I free?
Right there.
Right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The front of your base.
And I can maneuver this guy. He's not concerned about double time.
But yeah, but see, that's what I was saying though. So let's say you got to go. Let's say you're here and you're going across.
Right.
Okay. So all you do is you measure. It takes me 4 inches to get clear.
For the lip of your base to come clear.
Right. So subtract 1 because you don't pay for that last movement because that inch will be outside of the deal. So that's 3.
Double
so
the
I have to pay 6
to get to there.
to be there.
Okay.
Okay. That's the easiest way to figure it and not try to 2s and 3s and everything like that. Now, the only problem that you have there is you are moving through rough and light. Well, I guess if you...
I can just only go through the light.
Yeah, you can grab one or the other.
Right. So it looks to me like...
But if you came directly through this way...
Is this one of the... This is a permanent tree.
It's a permanent.
Okay,
Sorry.
so...
I'm still changing them all.
That's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to move that. So it looks to me like the front of my base comes clear of this edge at the 2-inch mark.
Okay.
Okay, so that's... Subtract 1, double it.
Well, it looks further than 2 inches to me. I would say it's probably 3 too.
Oh, that's fine. So 3 minus 1 is 2,
so
doubled to 4.
Yes.
So it cost me 4 to get to roughly there.
Wherever you measured the 3 at.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And I doubled, I did run and gun.
Yes.
So my 7 goes down to 5 and then goes up to 10.
10.
It's like a total of 10 inches.
Yes.
And I'm out, what are we?
You just did 4.
4. So I got 6 inches of movement left. Okay. So then I'm gonna.
And whatever it takes you to get to the tree.
Well, I'm gonna try not to go into that tree.
Okay.
I'm gonna take my free turn, and then I'm gonna skim the edge of that tree.
Okay. Voila.
I can go just a little bit further. Right there. And I don't have a turn left, but my weapons, I'm assuming, are front arc.
It's 180 degrees.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're in my front arc.
Yes.
Okay. So now, should I stop and fire with this guy now?
If you don't have anybody else that's shooting at him.
No, I have other people that are shooting at
then
him.
I would.
So move everybody and then take all my shots against him?
Yeah, because the other guys may end up losing their shots.
Okay. And line of sight is from center to center? Okay. So this guy is going to take his free turn. Look at his... He needs to look back at that. Then he's going to move like 7 to there. He's not going to have double time because I'm going to turn again.
Okay.
Because so this thing is 2 LBGs front, forward, F1, 1 left one right one. So this left weapon can only shoot like this.
It's all 180.
It's all 180.
Because
So
the torso twist.
Okay. In
It's
that
just
case,
figured into the move.
in that case, I'll keep my double time because you're still in my front arc. Well,
Yeah. Well,
did I move 10?
It's right about here right now.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll give up. No, seems risky. I was right there. If I come out to there, I think I'll still have it. I was basically there. I should have done this all in one move. Sorry. Right there. Where did my thingy go? I gotcha.
Yeah. Right, I'm right on the line.
That's what it's kind of where I wanted to be. Now, this guy has much less options in terms of his maneuvering.
Uh-oh, Hugh's talking. Now we're in trouble.
I like yellow for my... Second turn. Oh yeah, okay, sorry. I don't know what he's saying. I don't think he's going to be able to get line of sight.
Okay.
So he will take his free turn. Can't go up that level 2 hill. And he will move. He doesn't want to block the rhino.
No, that could upset the rhino.
Yeah, the rhino would get mad and shoot him. Excuse me, the hammer.
The hammer.
Yeah, so he's just going to move to there and realize he can't make it and just stop and not have a shot this turn.
Okay.
No double time, but I'm just going to keep facing that way because, like, well, do I? I guess I'll turn, since I'm not getting double time anyway, I'll turn to line up my movement next turn so I can go up that piece of hill.
Okay.
Okay. So now I got 2 sets of shots from these guys.
Right.
I'm going to roll the King Cobra first because he's a brand new model and hasn't been in the game. May not have range. It's a range of 10. Has to be under 40.
We are at 37.
So that's extreme.
Extreme, so your base is a 9.
Okay, base of 9. I have a target lock, which turns on my TC2. So that
Down to a 7.
So do you prefer to modify the hit number or add it to the roll?
I get my number.
So you use all the modifiers to change the number? And
I go
roll against that
up
number?
and down.
Okay,
Yeah.
so base of 9. Medium LBGs have improved range. So it goes down to an 8.
Right. 8. Long range. Extreme goes to long.
Right, which is from
Right.
9 to 8.
Right.
Targeting computer 2 takes it from an 8 to a 7 to a 6.
Okay.
Okay. At least I think that's what happens, right?
Yep.
Now, when do I have to announce that I'm whether I'm salvo firing or not? Is that the
Or at the
beginning?
attack. Yeah, before
So-
you roll.
So I could announce now I'm salvo firing.
Yes.
Let me think about that. I'm at a 6. What's his armor?
4s.
4s. And my strength is 4. At a 6, strength of 4, 4 shots. I think that's separate shots is what I hear right there. So I'm taking
Okay.
4 separate shots with LBGs.
Okay. So that's your number right now. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot.
6 becomes 7.
Yeah.
Because of light woods.
You're right. I might
7
interchange my mind.
becomes 9 because of my double
Yeah,
time.
double time, right?
9 becomes 10 because I have communion and I'm over 18.
Okay. So in that case, I will salvo fire.
Okay.
So that'll bring it back down to
A
7. Yeah. Okay. So 1 shot at a 7. I rolled
see
an
a 6.
11.
That's not good.
So 11.
So that's plus 5.
So hold on a second.
Okay.
So I needed a 7, right?
Yeah.
So that's plus 4.
Plus 4. I'm sorry.
All right. So 4 plus 4 is 8. Minus your armor of 4 is a margin of success of 4. I don't have a damage chart with me.
I got it here, and then I don't have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So base 4 is
Correct.
1 point of damage, and a pilot check at 6 or better.
Okay.
So I know. Didn't I put D12s out here? For
You gave me 4 of them. You want some back?
No, I thought I got them out. That one. Okay, and then a pilot check of 6 or better.
Okay.
Okay, so that's going to be a miss, so that'll go in at the end of the deal. Here.
So at the end of the round, you're going to fall down.
Yes.
Okay. So
Technically, I should have waited until the other one shot too, but because you only have to make one roll at
Correct.
the worst.
He
So,
could give you a
but it
worse
doesn't
roll.
matter. Regardless, I failed.
Yeah, you failed it already.
Yeah.
All right. So now the hammer is going to fire at you.
Okay.
All right. He's. Let me think here. He has. He's got 2 heavy MRACs and 2 medium guided missiles. He has a target lock, so he qualifies to fire the guided missiles.
Yep.
He is firing at 1 target, so he can salvo the whole 9 yards. Salvo being the word
No,
fire.
he can't salvo because he's firing 2 different weapon types.
I was trying to say, I don't mean it in the context
All
of the game.
Right.
He can fire all of his weapons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kitchen sink.
So I should just pick one of them and resolve it and then do the other one? Or should I figure out the hit numbers first?
I would just do the 2 hit numbers because
Okay.
they all use the worst range.
They all use the worst range, so they're going to use the heavy MRACs range.
Right.
Okay, so range of 12.
So we're at 36. So we're at
that's
long range.
Long range, so that's a base of 8. Okay, he's got TC1 and Wizzo, so that makes it 8, 7, 6.
Yep.
And then center to center.
Well, 6 is definitely going to become a 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
Maybe an 11, but if you roll high, then I'll worry about it.
Well, let's figure it out. Is that going through your model? Can you see it? Do I need to?
It's so close with the deal. Just roll it. If you roll 11, then it's no big deal.
I'm not sure what you're telling me there, but okay.
No, because we know you need 10s. You may need an 11.
Okay.
So if you roll 10s,
yeah, then
we need to get a little more serious about it. If you roll 11s, we don't care. If you roll 9s, we don't care.
In the interest of keeping the game moving.
Yes.
Okay. So, and I cannot salvo fire because I'm firing two separate weapon systems.
Right.
All right. So I need 10s. 2 shots at 10s with heavy MRACs.
Okay.
Miss.
Okay.
No ammo check. 2 shots at 10s with the medium guided missiles.
Yep.
No hits. No ammo checks. Okay. All right. That's it.
Okay.
Your turn.
Then I fall down. Crash. Crash. Okay. So he's going to move up and then run.
Okay.
So double move, basically.
He's going to do what?
He's doing a double move. He's going to stand up and then move. It's a double, because stand is just a move, all your move.
Okay.
He's going to move and activate his APA-2.
Okay.
Okay. We're both going to move and try to shoot out in the open Cobra.
Okay.
Okay.
That's the one with double time.
Huh?
That's the one that has double time.
Right.
He just turned to move that direction.
Okay.
Okay.
So so he did qualify for double time. Well, then put the deal on there.
Just a token of some kind?
Well, we're using that one, so
okay,
that I
sure.
know that. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Because I think all right, so he's going to stand up, and at 1 damage, he's at 10 now, but he still has double time. Actually, we're going to come up this way. And that keeps his double time up. Okay, this one we're going to start off with our turn. And then we're going 11 there, which keeps his double time. That should, keeps you in 30. Right on the money.
Who are we measuring to?
To your Cobra, or the King Cobra.
So is it center to center or base to base?
Center to center.
Okay. Center to center, you don't make it.
I don't make it. Okay. So
base to base, you do.
Okay. No, it's center to center. Okay. Okay. Then duelist.
Do those things have superior mobility?
No.
Because I was going to say, it's okay with me if you want to scoot up the hill to get within 30. It's not that big a deal. Okay.
I'm good where I need to be. So he's going to turn.
Chandler, you're mean. Stop calling John a rules lawyer.
Then he's going to turn. Six. Okay. So the duelist is going to try to shoot the
King Cobra.
King Cobra.
Okay.
He's going to salvo fire his 6 light max.
All right.
So you're within 36.
Yeah.
So that's going to be extreme range or long range.
Right. The base of 9.
So base of 9, 11, 12, 13.
Do you think you actually hit that stuff center to center? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's going to.
From the duelist. You're talking
from
about the
duelist.
warlock. Yeah.
Yeah.
From
So
the
a
duelist,
12.
no. Yeah. So you base of a.
So am I clear or not clear on this one? Okay.
There's no woods between us.
So 10s.
Okay. So you need a
5.
Hold on a second. So the range is extreme.
It's a 9.
Okay, 9.
Oh, no, it's long. I'm sorry, it's a long.
Long.
So it's
8 plus 2 is 10 minus 5 is 5. One shot at a 5.
One shot, baby.
One shot. Mom's spaghetti, sweater vomit, something like that.
Yeah. Big numbers. Come on.
1
How
and
about
3.
a big 4?
Zing!
I told you the dice was going to get me.
My hammer had pretty unpleasant dice too.
But that's a 5. That's
Yeah.
a 5.
Well, you should have hit a 5. I had 4 shots at a 10. I should have hit one of them. Come on.
Crapola.
No. Chandler, John is both the lawyer and the maker. I'm just here to play.
All right.
So this is the Warhawk?
Yeah, so we're at 35.
Okay.
So we're again rolling at 8s.
So that's long range for
10s,
him.
11, 13s.
All right.
Okay.
Help me out here. So you're at long range, base of 8, right?
Yep.
Plus 2 for my double time is 10.
10.
Plus 2 for 2 light woods.
12s.
12s. You said 13 a minute ago.
Okay.
Okay, just 12s,
Well,
right?
maybe I was thinking that was heavy. So it's 12s.
You basically said everything is light woods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy, get off. Okay. All right. So because I'm direct firing and have tag, I can fire my guided missiles without the target lock.
Absolutely.
Wizzo makes my rolls down to 11s.
Okay.
So max first.
Okay. Just missed.
Yeah. Where is it? What's that?
You need 12.
Heavy max? Heavy max, you say?
Yeah.
You're lucky.
Yeah, very lucky.
Totally
lucky.
Plastered you in the next week.
Absolutely.
Oh, no. Yeah. I rolled a 10,
Mm-hmm.
which it qualifies for my blaster. Then now I get to roll a d6, which makes it a 12.
No. You have to hit me first.
No, you get the extra d6 roll for the blaster shot.
To hit?
To hit.
Oh, that's for damage.
No, blaster goes to the combat roll. And I have heavy blaster.
Hold on a second. Oh, I don't have anything with blaster. So what does your rule say under blaster?
All right, blaster. I get a critical success on, I have blaster 2, so on a 9 or a 12, so I get the extra roll.
But don't you have to hit me first?
No, because it's a critical success. Yeah, I mean, so I rolled the 12 is what I've got, right? So I've got no helper, but I hit you with the 7.
Okay. I have an armor of 5.
So 2 over. Is he on my side or your side?
I don't know. I'm just looking at the thing.
So you take 1 point of damage. That's all you do.
I don't see how I take 1 point of damage. What's the strength of your weapon?
A 7. You said you were 5.
Yeah.
That's 2 over. That's 1 point
Yeah.
of
Okay.
damage.
Okay. But what was your margin of success?
0. I needed a 12. I rolled a 12.
I'm confused.
Oh, stop.
That's
Slow
what I'm
down.
doing.
We'll go here. And
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to do here. So blaster is an upgrade, right?
No, blaster is a weapon.
Is a weapon characteristic.
Yep.
Only the stuff for alpha. Did I say that?
Well,
out loud?
it
I'm
is
sorry.
under
Yeah.
weapon systems.
Yeah. After
Or SAs.
after not being alphabetical, it's alphabetical.
Every section is alphabetical.
I'm just going to figure out what section we're in. So that was a what was that you hit me with?
Heavy Mac.
Heavy Mac. So it's a Mac.
Now the blaster pluses are different in there because we
Yeah.
now have blaster 1, and blaster 2. But
Thing.
the what you want to look at is critical success in the combat section.
I just want to read blaster real quick. Because that's not how I understood it, and I'm not, obviously I'm not questioning you. That would be fruitless. I just need to make sure that when I read it, I understand. There it is. And you have blaster
2
2.
with a heavy Mac.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then critical role is back
critical
here,
success.
Critical
Yeah,
success.
and under combat.
Okay. Working through the room.
I promise the next one will have an index.
Why is me? Rules, combat role, margin of success, ranged assault, line of sight, cover, range things, strike point roll. I feel like I've overlooked it.
Let me see.
No, I've overlooked it. You guys know what page this is on?
We got it. We'll find it here.
I just thought maybe the chat might know. Maybe is there a section that just describes roles?
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Rolling action, repeatable action.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's under combat.
Combat role.
Let me go back to. It's two sides: critical success and critical failure.
What page are you on?
Well, that's what I'm. Page 36.
36. It's not in the combat area at all. The very beginning. Okay. So
Down there at the bottom.
in the situation modifier, or is it in the?
It's under the very right above the field notes where it starts.
Anytime a 2d6 roll is called for during the game, and a 2's roll is considered a critical failure. Roll of 12 is a critical success. That word I can't say. Critical failure is always blah blah blah. Critical success is not an automatic success, but does allow the player to roll an additional 1d6 and add that to the die roll as a situation modifier. I guess I just never understood it that way. I just, I mean, you had to hit.
Well, normally,
if you hit,
normally
you
it doesn't
thing.
come in like that. But I mean, it was such a high number that made it a weird.
But critical successes are always high numbers.
Normally you have to have double sixes, but the blaster ability allows you to get it on a 9, 10, 11, or 12.
Yeah, I understand that completely. But I guess what I'm saying is
you don't see a lot of even 12s in this game.
Oh.
So it just, I think it was an off.
It's not an automatic success, but it does allow the player to roll additional. And all right, so I guess when I've read that in the past, when it says it's not an automatic success, I read it to mean if you're successful, add a d6.
No, what it would be if I needed a 13,
yep,
and I rolled double sixes, and it's not an automatic success.
Right.
I get to roll my d6,
Gotcha.
and would then either roll a 1 or better.
I think in the next version of the rules we could use an example. Just a quick little.
You just got an example, buddy.
Yes,
UPS.
All right.
Anybody get the name of that Volkswagen? Oh, sorry.
All I know is your Volkswagen and my pew lasers did the same damage. What are we rolling now?
The two guided missiles.
You sure you didn't already roll those?
I would totally hope. Oh, look at that, though. We got a limited deal. But I'm okay there.
Yeah. Who would have ever guessed?
I'm going to thunk that. Woo! All righty, Rolly. Too bad you're not an aircraft, and I can do nothing to you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I don't
So
believe in aircraft.
first blood to James,
Yeah.
but return the favor.
Yeah.
So
all right.
match point not as we've been received yet. What are they going on now?
Oh, they're just chit chatting about tournaments. Looks like. Jeff, you're a fast typer, buddy.
All right. Where's the coder?
I'm a coder. I'm not a fast typer. That's
Let's
me.
go first again.
All right.
Cards and dice are on your
Cards
for
and
you tonight.
dice. Cards and dice. Cards and
I know it's not warmer in here over
Yeah.
here, but it just feels. I
Feels
guess it's just the day.
Warmer?
Yeah, I mean, you feel a little.
Well, you're moving
That's
around.
what I'm saying.
And the fan is kind of blocked by the TV for you. All right.
You know what might work would be to move it over and set front air conditioner so it's moving the air down here.
Help yourself.
Well, negotiate the minefield here.
Yeah, seriously.
You're good once you're at the table.
Just don't need to move. That would be a bad thing.
We should have made this would be for a great scenario. We'll do a golden fleece
Yeah.
at some time and put a hydra rolled around,
Yeah.
a dragon around it
Okay.
on an alien planet.
I do like the color of that thing. It stands out like a neon light.
Yeah, both it and the brown ones are plants I got at Walmart, and I just cut them up and made
Like
Flowers.
Memorial Day flowers or
Yeah.
something. Good idea.
that one worked out good because it's basically the same kind of trees we get anyway.
Yeah.
And it was just some kind of
Very similar.
bulbs on it or whatever. This had long stems and leaves. I just cut them off.
Mhm.
They've got metal rods in them, so they stand up straight. But my orange Hellspire board
Mhm.
with these collared trees will look cool as shit on it.
I agree. All right. Need to do that. Need to do that. Probably this armor for 4.
Is Ross still listening? If you are, I need help.
He doesn't need any help.
Tell me what to do.
I'm the that's supposed to help me, buddy. All right, so 24 inches for active phase array, right? For active phase array 1, I got to be within
What?
24 inches of my target.
Uh-huh.
Or of any
Of
models
me.
within 24 inches are affected by the phased
Plus
array.
one. Yep. Get in your mouth. I think you should charge down the throat.
You think so?
I think that would be where I would go. Led by the hammer.
Not
Because
as-
you don't have any anvils, so the hammer's got to do all the work.
Basically. Basically. Okay.
The board is shortening up on us.
It is. Strength on the heavy max is 8 or 7.
7.
All those woods. Probably the right choice to make. Okay.
He probably got off. He was on for a little bit.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna activate the. So the Cobra is going to. Think about this for a minute. He's going to move and target lock the duelist.
Okay.
Okay. The hammer is going to move and target the duelist. Is that adequate for
Yes.
declaration? Okay. This King Cobra is going to move, and this King Cobra is going to move and Let me see if I lost
Is he
anything.
still a 10 or better?
He is still a 10 or better. He hasn't effectively lost anything yet. I take that back. So he's going to move. This guy is going to move and attack the duelist.
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody wants to do list.
Yeah. That's basically what we want. That's what we want. That's what we really, really want. All right. So I'm going to start with the. I'm just trying to think. So with the way we're doing the activations, doesn't really does it matter what order? Like, I mean, I need his EST to be on before I fire. But if we actually
Everything is at the same time.
So everything goes at this. So
yeah.
I can't activate them out of order and cost myself his benefit.
You can move them in whatever order you want to move them in.
Okay.
Once that's the reason you declare. You're telling everybody this is what everybody did, and then now you can do them in whatever order you need to.
Okay. All right. So I'll just go ahead and start with him. So he has superior mobility, so we can ignore this up, and I believe you told me as long as there's a piece, you can stand there.
He can use it to move up.
He can move through.
If he can't stand on it, he can't stay there.
Right. So hypothetically,
Okay.
can I forego the superior mobility to pay the cost to slow myself down to use my 13 inches?
Ask him.
Just ask him. I can't
Just
turn
ask
that
him.
switch off. Come on
Sure.
now.
Well, you can.
But
just
then
don't
come
get
back
double
on. All right. I hear you. All right. So he's going to try and move into this piece of woods. This is another one of the old style hills.
Yes.
So I'm going to try and move into the piece of woods. I'm going to try and use my 13. I'm not sure I can. I want to end up in the woods and within an inch of this thing. And I can.
I think you should go on up to the top.
No. I think that would be a terrible idea. Let me think about this. Here, is there a way to do this?
What you want? What you really want?
All right, stop it now. Yeah, I think I can get right here and still qualify for double time. Whether that protects me, probably the woods probably don't protect me at that point.
No, but
the woods are only worth -1.
Right. The woods. Yeah, you're getting it back by being for the light cover.
The light cover and the double time, right?
Right, and the double times
Okay.
gives you the other two.
And so then he target locks the duelist.
Then put your little thingy on there. There
Okay.
you go. Okay.
All right. So then, this guy's movement is less important. He's going to. All right. So help me work through this way of doing double time. So what I'm going to have him do is I'm going to have him turn around. So he's going to double move. So he gets 2 free things, right?
Yes.
But if I take any other movement, I lose double time.
Correct.
And I can't move through my own models.
No.
In that case, I'm not going to move him.
That can make a difference too. The order you need to move in to get somebody out of the way. Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to matter with that guy. But still, I'm going to go ahead and move him second or later.
Okay.
So in a single move, can I move forward and backward?
Do what?
Can this guy move up here to where he's got a firing solution, shoot in the middle of his move, and then move back?
Yes, but
he's got to turn to do it.
Yeah, because
Okay.
you can't do forward and backwards movement in the same activation.
So what I technically have to do is move forward, take a shot in the middle of my move, take a free turn, spend a point to take a turn, move back here.
Facing that way.
Facing that, unless I had movement left to
right.
spin around some more.
Right. Yeah, because that stops the 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5, 6, 7, 8,
Makes
9,
sense.
10, 11, 12.
I just wanted to make sure I understood how that worked.
It took BattleTech, I don't know how many years to fix that. To
Make sure people didn't just pop out and take a shot.
no, if you had a
Oh.
6, you
Oh yeah, to
get
make
the
yourself
bonus
harder to
points.
hit.
Yeah.
You just sit there and just vibrate.
Yep.
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense. Fire it up, fire it. Okay, Jeff wants us to Somebody wants me to charge. Yeah.
I tried to get him to shoot the throat, man.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to
Need
move
a hammer.
forward 4.
Okay.
Take my shot at the duelist.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll the shot now, or do you want me to
No,
move back?
well, yeah, no, you'll do the shot, but so are you turning now?
I mean, I was
'Cause
facing.
you're facing this way, and then
Yeah.
but you're now this way. So
So
you
I'm-
haven't made any turn yet.
I'm just no turns at all yet.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Take my shot. I don't know how far out there I need to come to get the shot. It looks like that might be good. Do you want me to move further out?
No, you're good.
Okay, so I'll take the shot. So do you want me to stop and roll the dice now?
Yeah. No, you have to
Okay.
go ahead and do the attack when the attack is.
Here you go. Help me out with that. Looks like we're
20.
just under 25.
Okay.
So that's long range for me.
Yep.
So it's a
Goes
base,
to medium
base of 8.
because they're laser bolts, right?
Yeah, LBGs. So starts out an 8. Laser bolt gun takes it. Well, hold on a second. I got to decide how I'm going to fire. What's his armor?
The duelist
Yeah.
is armor 7.
So I need a +3 to be able to affect him. So I probably, all right. So I'm going to get. Is there any cover between us? It looks like a clear shot to
No,
me.
I don't think it's. I think it's.
So I'm
clear.
going to get +2 for that. So I'm going to be shooting at a -1 effectively. Do I take 4 shots at that, or do I take 1 shot at a +2? I think I'll take the 4 shots. Okay, so I'm just going to move up there and shoot. So I have a base of 8 down to 7.
Okay.
I've got targeting computer 2 because I got target lock on him for
Right.
the EST. So 5. 5s? 4 shots at a
4
5.
rolls of 5s.
Okay. Roll these like this. So that's an 11 and a 9.
Okay. So you're 6 and 3 over.
Let me walk through it so,
Okay.
so I build up the muscle memory.
Right.
Okay, so I needed a 5. The 11 is 6 over. So I add the 6 to my weapon strength of, and I still got 2 more of these to roll.
Yes.
Okay. So my weapon strength of 4 is 10. Your armor is 7, so that's a large
1 point
success
of
of 3, 1 point of damage.
Yeah, and
You've reinforced.
I do. So that takes it down to a.
To a 2.
Yeah, I still take the point of damage, but I
But
don't have to make a roll.
but no check. Okay. So the 9 is 2 points less. It's going to be a 0 and do 1 point of damage. Do we agree? I mean, the 9 is
It's 4 over.
It's
so
4 over.
4 is 8.
8. 8 minus 7 is 1.
Right.
1
So-
minus 1 is 0. You take a point of damage.
So we're at 2
Okay. And then the other 2 LBGs.
now. Those
Hits, but I don't think it's enough to
because
do
you
any
needed
damage.
9s to even do to be right on the money, didn't you?
I think an 8 would have done it.
Okay.
Because it would have got me to 0, and you can't reduce it below 0 with reinforced.
Right.
So those are your 2 points of damage, and then I'm going to, that was 4 inches of movement.
Yep.
So it'll be 5 inches for me to turn around.
Yeah, to turn the face the other way, that's a point. So now you're at 5. You used 5. Excuse me.
I think I messed up the hammer's fire the first time. I used running gun.
Yeah.
And I only have assault 2.
So you get your
But I
5.
missed with everything,
Yeah.
so it doesn't really matter. I forgot I should have taken minus 2
for all 4 of them.
for all 4 of them. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It doesn't matter because I missed. Okay. Gotta get that in my head. Where do I want to end up? I think I do want to do that. So I'm going to spend 1 inch of movement up to 5 to turn around 180 degrees.
Yep.
And then I want to move back to here. That's a total of 8. I got 2 inches of movement left. Nine. 10. Good?
Yep.
Okay. So now
So for everybody that's watching, that is the move, fire, and move maneuver.
so I shot in the middle of my movement.
Yes. You would to stop that. That's what Overwatch is designed to take out.
Yeah. Okay. So now the hammer is going to. He's moving and shooting. Got a movement of 7. I'm going to take my free turn. Scrape the edge of those woods so I don't have to pay anything to go through them. Waddle up.
Probably need to turn about 1/8 of an inch towards you.
Okay, no problem. Like that?
If you're skirting, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
So that's 4 inches of his 7-inch move right there. 5, 6, 7. Get within, hopefully I'll get covered for some of that. And you want me to shoot now? Yep.
Yep.
What do we got?
25.
Okay, so that's just into long range because I got to use the MRACs because I'm firing guided missiles in the other systems as well. All right, so that's a base of an 8. I've got targeting computer 1 and Wizzo. There's no cover. This is basically the same spot that the King Cobra shot from. You think? Is there? Maybe?
Yeah, you're a little more farther forward.
Okay. Maybe. Center to center?
I'll let you have it.
Okay. I mean, don't let me have it.
When it's that close, I'm not.
So here's what I do. If it's close, I just ask my opponent, I just tell him you decide. This is the simplest way to do it. All right. Long range. That's an 8. Targeting computer 1 is a 7. Wizzo is a 6. I think I need 6s. I'm going to roll the 2 heavy MRACs first. I got a 10 and a double 1. So let's see if I'm out of ammo. Do I have an ammo? I have an ammo bin. So out on
On a 1.
It's limited ammo.
That's. Oh yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I looked at the guided missile. My bad.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
The MRAC is just.
One.
It's also limited ammo.
Okay. Yeah, the MRAC is because it's got the extra because it's
such a high rate of fire. So I run out of ammo on a 1 or a 2. I rolled a 5.
Okay.
Good to go. Okay. So 1 hit at a 10.
Yep.
I needed a
6.
6. That's a +4. Yep. So 8 + 4 is 12.
Yep.
You have reinforced 1, so that's an MOS of 5.
Well, it comes off the deal. So right now you're at 12, right? Is that
okay.
where you were
Sure.
at? Okay.
I thought reinforced affected the damage MOS.
The MOS after we figure the number that you're over. Okay.
So right now I'm at a 12. Okay. Your armor's 7.
All right, well, my armor's 6. Oh, well, I took the damage this round, so I'm still armor 7.
Yeah.
Yes.
Armor 7. So I've got an MOS of 5. You take it down to a 4.
Yes.
And now I fire my guided missiles.
Yeah. So I'll take a point of damage.
And no check yet.
And I'll wait till you do it.
And I need
6s.
6s. It's going to miss. And I got to take an ammo check for the guided missile. Limited ammo. It's a 2, so I cash in my ammo bin and chase a D12 across the table.
Okay. So now, because you don't have any more shots.
Not from, no, I do not.
Yeah, so you're done. So I'll take the point of damage.
Okay.
Then I have a pilot check of 6 or better.
Right. And you need to roll high.
This would be a good time to not fall down.
You're good.
Yep.
Okay. Questions? Poor man's pop-up, is that a strategic withdrawal? You mean for the King Cobra? Yeah, kind of. Is somebody going to go running up that thing? And I've still got 1 model left to move. Okay, so he's not going to get double time, but he is going to spend his 2, so his free turn to do that, his second free turn to do that. Now, technically, I haven't lost double time yet. As long as I moved straight, the rest of my movement, I would retain double time. But if I make any turn from here, I lose the effect of double time.
Well, yes, right.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood it. So I'm going to run, he's got a movement of 10. My intention is to run around this corner. So I'm going to go 10 to there, lose my double time,
right.
Make a turn here. What's the movement on the duelist?
At put 2 down. It is a 6.
Yeah, and I'm going to move 10 to here. Do not get into the woods. Okay, done.
Okay. That was semi-painful.
Nah.
All
A
right.
lot worse.
He is going to move and activate his APA.
Okay.
Okay. He is going to just activate his APA and shoot at him.
Okay.
He is going to move and shoot him.
The hammer?
The hammer.
Okay.
Yep. And then the duelist is going to target lock and shoot. Yeah. Okay.
The duelist is not moving.
The duelist is not going to move.
So if I go next, I get a bonus to hit it. If I go next, I get a bonus to hit it.
+1 for no move. Yeah,
Right.
that's a token that we need to build. Okay, so his move is 10 right now. That's going to put him right there.
Okay.
I think that puts me in 30 now.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so he's done, and that gives him his double time.
Okay.
Okay, he is going to stay here, and that puts him within 30.
Yep, absolutely.
So he is going to.
Let's check the minimum range just to be sure. I think you're good, but
Yeah, it should be 12.
it's a rocket.
14. No,
14?
It's 12. Minimum range is 12 and 14 for.
What do you? Oh yeah.
For
Yeah.
rockets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
Right, but you are at medium range
Okay.
because of the 17.
Okay.
I don't think the line of sight catches the wood. You're within an inch of it, but
Yeah. The
this
line of
thing
sight
goes
does
over
not
here.
go through there.
Right. So,
But I mean, you're indirect firing, right?
yes.
Oh, so
But you still get that if you're within, just like the wood over here, you still get that if you're within 1 inch. You're getting all the benefits of cover.
so help me understand that. If you hit me with the strike point roll, then if the wood's applied,
Yes.
that's when it would impact your die roll.
Right, because it's
Okay,
like you
okay,
get your
okay.
cover deal.
So until
right.
you make a strike point, we're talking about nothing.
Right,
Okay.
right. So, I'm going to roll first for my strike point
Okay. For this guy right here.
for this guy here.
Is your ammo smart? Would you like to use smart?
No, I'm not going to use smart.
Okay.
I'm going to, well, yeah, let's do that because I'm gonna salvo fire
Yeah.
and
You're going to raise the strength up by 1.
raise the damage by
Yeah,
1
okay.
and get rid of that yellow.
And you're just targeting immediately underneath them, I'm assuming.
Right, but first off, I need to do
A strike point.
the strike point.
Okay, 10 or better. And you said you're salvoing and you're shrinking the AoE. Okay.
So I need a 10. APA is going to make it an 8.
We don't do that first. Drop the dice, see if it's a 10.
But
That's
right,
what you
right.
teach me. Just drop the dice.
All right.
You want to re-roll that?
No,
That was
that's
cocked.
self.
Come on, roll the 2. Cocked. All right, so it's a 9. So that's going to land because you're going to have
2 for the APA.
2 for the AP. But it is there a minus for the range? When does the indirect fire
At medium.
So medium,
it pulls 1 down.
But you got a +2 because of
APA.
and these guys are APA too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So sounds like a hit.
Okay, but you get, but because now you get your double time.
No, I don't get double time because I turned 3 times.
Okay, well you got your double time marker.
Oh, sorry. I
Sorry.
didn't. It doesn't say double time, so I don't know what it
Okay.
means. I just chase him with it.
Okay, so I'm rolling against a 6,
Yeah, just against a 6. A 5.
a 5.
So nothing.
Well, I get a +3 for my
Or
salvo.
plus.
So I rolled a
3.
7 total.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Or an 8. I'm sorry, an 8 total.
I look down and I see 2 weapons and I'm like, salvo +3. What?
So I'm 2 over. So
Okay.
2 and 2 is 4.
And my armor is 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but because I added 1 to it,
So now
it's actually, I went 1 over,
okay.
but
So,
it was exactly what I needed anyway. So you just take the 1
yeah,
point.
2 points. But now that shifts the stats down to 9 and things like that.
Yeah. Okay. So now comes on. We'll go ahead and do the. I'm gonna go ahead and do the duelist first.
Okay.
He is going to fire. Go for the big picture, do we? Roll the 6 rolls.
John, why do you make us make such hard decisions?
I know. Because I know he's at.
He's down a little bit now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That damage took effect at the beginning of the round.
It took a point down, yeah. But as far as the hit, it's not going to affect that.
He's taken 3 points of damage.
Yeah, but it doesn't affect the hit roll. It affects the actual if I hit.
Right.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure you're at long range.
What's the base range for the black for the Mac, the little Mac?
12s.
Yeah, I think I'm outside 24.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll all 6.
You're gonna roll 6 individual
shots? I'm gonna roll
shots?
6 individual shots because they got blaster.
And you have ammo, right?
I have ammo.
Or is it limited ammo?
No, they're ammo on the backs. So double check the number, but I'm pretty sure it was over.
It was 25 for me, so it's got to be 25 for you. Yep.
Yeah. So that puts it at long range.
So base of 8.
There's a base of 8.
Okay.
Plus 1 for your cover.
Cover 9.
9.
Okay.
Then I target locked with a target computer of 1. So now we're back to an 8.
Back to an 8.
Then I get 2 over here. So for
down
6s.
to a 6. Sounds like a good time to roll a bunch of dice.
Yeah. So we'll do the first 4.
How many ammo bins do you have?
2, I think. Okay.
Not likely to run out.
We need big numbers. 11s give me the critical.
See a double 6, that's a critical.
We'll come back and do that one.
Okay.
Okay, so
you need 2 more?
Huh?
You need 2 more?
Well, let's just go ahead and do these
Sure,
while I've got the numbers. Okay, so I need 6, so I'm 1 over. Okay. So 1 and 4 is a flip line. I'm at 3 damage, so that's a 4.
I got an armor of 7.
Okay, so I need.
So those are all misses.
10s.
Those are all misses.
Yeah. Okay. This one though.
Yep, that one's not a miss.
Yeah. So that gives me a total of 16. So I'm 10 over. So 10 and 3 is 13.
So that's a margin of success of 6, reinforced 2, margin of success of 4.
Yes.
So that's
a point of damage and a pilot check when we get to that.
Okay.
And then the last 2.
Okay.
So I need 10s or better. That we figured.
Ammo check.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So
the 10.
Just pretend for a second those were both double 1s.
Okay.
Look, let's say somehow you ran out of ammo after we've recorded
but
damage.
It's only 1 roll.
I understand that, but somehow magically you run out of ammo at the end of a long series of rolls, and I wrote some damage down. That damage comes off, right? So let's say the very first roll did the 1 point of damage, and then you're rolling them 1 at a time, and every other roll was a critical failure, and you ran out of ammo.
You make the roll at the end of the attack. It doesn't matter what the order it falls in.
So I guess what I'm asking is, if you run out of ammo in an attack, do you do any damage?
Yes.
You can do damage.
Because you make the ammo check at the end of the combat rolls.
Okay, so the ammo check can't prevent you from doing damage.
Right, because
Gotcha.
it's ammo checks, the overdrive, the pilot checks, all that happens at the end. Because that's another one of those.
Nope. It's good.
Let's keep track of all this or stuff like that.
Good to know.
Okay, so this is a 4.
Hold on a second. You guys are still there, right? Somebody say something to make sure it hasn't frozen, just to be sure. Please. Same message has been up there for a long time.
They're totally entranced.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Jam after the fire. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so that was a
4 over.
Right.
3 is a 7. Your armor is a 7, right?
Oh, that's a new roll. Okay, yeah. Armor 7. So
one more point of damage.
Okay, that's up to 2.
Okay. Now you make a pilot check of 6 or better.
Okay, I just need to roll a 6 or better, and I'm good, right?
Yes. Yes.
An 8.
Okay.
I am good.
Then I make my ammo check.
Okay.
Anything but a 1.
You're good?
Okay, good there.
Okay.
And he's done. Okay. And then yeah. So then your damage takes effect.
What about your Warhawk?
I'm getting ready to do him, so that's why I was.
So the damage doesn't take effect until the Warhawk goes. Damage doesn't take effect until your activation is over.
Until I'm finished with the Warhawk.
Right.
Yeah, I forgot that I had the Warhawk.
Yep.
All right, so he did a move and an attack. So he is going to do.
See you later, Chandler. Okay. And who's he shooting?
He's shooting the duelist. Okay.
You mean the hammer?
The hammer. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
All
Check
right.
the range to the center right there.
Yeah, we're at 23 and a half.
Okay.
So that's going to put everything at medium. Woods don't count.
Why not?
Oh, I'm sorry, they do. because
Woods
of
are
the
infinitely
deal.
tall.
Yes.
Yeah, nice try.
Doesn't change it. I know. That's what I get.
So it looks like you're -3 to hit from that.
Okay.
Okay.
But the APA and the Wizzo is
Yep,
going to knock those off.
Okay.
So my base number to hit are 7s.
Okay. Are you just going to salvo or straight?
No, because I'm firing 2 max
Oh,
and 2
you're gonna fire the
guided missiles with
missiles?
the tag. Yeah,
So where did you get the target lock from?
the tag.
Oh, tag. Yes,
Yep.
it is. Yeah, okay.
All right, so I'm rolling against 2 7s for the
Tag
max.
doesn't turn on your targeting computer.
No, but it allows guided missiles to lock.
Yeah, all right. So
I don't get a targeting.
So you got
bonus.
Wizzo,
I
right?
have Wizzo.
Straight shots at 7s. All right. Now, give me what you got. What are we
Okay.
firing first?
2 max.
Okay. 1 hit, 1 miss.
Yeah. But you couldn't be a 9.
Come on now.
All right, so that's a 1 over.
Yep.
So 1 and 7 is 8.
So it's 1 point of damage.
Another 8 point of damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Think you're gonna wear him down, John. You're wearing him down.
And then 2 guided missiles. 7s.
Okay. Mediums? Medium guided missiles? Are they 5, straight
No,
5?
they're lights.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a miss. That's a hit. That's
Right.
1 over.
Yep.
1 and so it's a 5,
So no
which is
damage.
still a deal.
Yep.
But you get to make shock
Yes,
roll.
I've done this before. What's the number?
It's a little one. It's like 5, 4.
4. So I need a 4
4
or
or
better.
better.
At 5, I'm good.
Woo.
Yeah,
Good
close.
thing it wasn't a little bit heavier.
You're right, absolutely. So it's a 4 for a light, 5 for a medium, 6 for a heavy. So I would have been good against anything but a heavy.
Right. And technically, it doesn't affect because it's already done. This now is when you would have made the pilot check. So I had another guy attacking
What?
because you only make the 1 roll.
Mm-hmm.
So had I did a worse hit to you and you had a worse roll,
Mm-hmm.
so that's why you would wait. Because I forgot I was still shooting him because I thought I'd already done him. But when you make a pilot, that's even when you declare up in front,
Right.
you wait to make that roll because you only make it 1 time.
In case he caused a pilot check
If I
that was
did
worse. Gotcha.
yes.
But I can take a shock and a pilot check and all in the same round.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
gotcha.
they're separate.
All right.
All right.
Looking rough for the home team.
It's pretty even. I mean,
Yeah, kind of.
you got 2, I got 1.
You have 5 points of damage on my calves.
Okay.
I have 4 points of damage on your calves. So far, my hammer's hit 1 weapon.
Yeah. Well, I should have done a lot better too on that. That was.
All right.
All right.
We need red. Come on, chat.
No,
Root for
you've
red.
been getting all these reds. It's
Come
time
on.
for me to get a green.
Need a red.
Green, baby. Green, baby. I'll even let you pick a card. You tell me which card. Tell me when to stop.
Take the one right there.
This one?
Yep, that right there.
Yes!
You're welcome.
Finally. All right. It's time to get Mac Daddy.
All right. Gonna activate the same guy.
We're going right down the same deal.
All
So he is going to not move. So I'm going to turn this upside down for a no move.
Okay.
And he is going to APA and he's going to fire on the hammer with the rockets.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's got rockets.
Yeah.
Okay.
He is going to target lock and shoot
Okay.
He is going to target lock and shoot. He is not going to move, and he's going to APA and rocket him.
John, you're doing this thing you said you hate people that do. Stand still and shoot.
I'm ready. I'm protecting the gap.
I'm just quoting. Quoting something I heard a long time ago.
I know, but at this point, that's my best. I can't come around because I can't take you close. So if I move backwards, I'm giving you better shots. Okay,
all right.
so
what do you got, John?
All right,
We're here for.
We're going to
see some mech guts.
We're going to strike point roll
for that guy over there.
Yep.
Okay. Looks like you're short or medium range.
It's medium range.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the strike points is going to
Drop a 10.
is a 6 total.
Okay.
So 10 becomes an 8. Becomes a 7 because of the FCS.
Technically, you have line of sight. Your level, your
I do.
your elevation
So
3 and the
I'm
hill's only elevation 2.
I'm on target.
All right, walk me through it now.
Okay, well, because I have to have a 10.
Right.
Okay, so
What did you roll again?
an 8.
Okay.
So I've got -2 for
Right.
the APA.
Okay.
So that goes to an 8.
Right.
Line of sight goes to a 7.
Right.
FCS makes it a 6.
Sounds like you landed a shot.
Yep. So, and
Too late to salvo, too late to smart.
yeah. So we're going to roll 4 times.
Okay.
At 6s.
I am an armor of 6.
Yeah. So good numbers. That's a hit. That's a hit. Those are hits and hits. Okay, so
Your strength is 2.
strength is 2, so that's a 3, a 3, a 4, and a
And this is your total, is that what
7.
you're saying? So you got 1 hit?
Yep.
Okay. So 1 point of damage.
Yep. Leave that as a 3. This is where this is a good habit, is then just grab another dice and keep track, because since we got more people shooting at him,
Okay.
so that we remember we're always going against 3, and then when I'm all done, then you add that to your roll, and that helps immensely.
That's a good memo on it.
Okay. Okay, so buddy over here.
Okay.
We were at medium range.
Yeah, it's the same range.
Yes. So 7s goes to a 5 because of the APA. Goes to a 3 because of target lock in the Wizzo. I think it's
UTC 1. Okay.
Yeah, 3. And goes back to a 4.
No. There's 2 light woods in cover.
4. I'm sorry. It's okay.
It's okay.
All right.
Goes back up to a 6.
So base number is a 7.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
3.
Okay.
4, 5, 6.
6, yeah. What is it?
Okay.
Say goodbye, Mr. Hammer. You're about to get hammered.
All right. So here is the max.
Okay.
Well, let's not waste anything. So a 6 stays with no helper, and it is a 7. So that's another point. And that'll be another point there.
So it's going to be a total of 3 this turn so far.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the guidance.
Okay.
No, 7 is 1. 1 and
Probably
4
nothing.
is a 5.
Yeah, no damage.
Okay.
Duelist?
The duelist.
Okay.
We're going to fire all 6.
Individually?
Individually.
Do whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay.
So long range.
Okay.
Right.
So it's a 8.
An 8.
Okay.
6.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
6.
Yep. Same thing as the other guy. Buy some more dice, John, so you can roll them all at once.
I don't have any more colors with me. That's a hit. That's a blaster. That's a blaster. And that's a miss. All right.
So that thing has blaster
2.
The duelist has a 2.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just have blaster. That's right. So
you
I need
only
11.
crit on 11s.
Yes. Okay.
John.
I'm sorry. I'm getting all
John.
excited.
Chat, can I get some help in here? He's blasting me illegally.
All right. So my base to hit is 3.
No.
So for this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm 2 over.
Wait,
So
stop.
Okay.
Base to hit is 3. What does that mean?
my base damage number is 3.
Your strength is
Strength is 3.
Is 3. Okay.
Yeah. Damage. Okay.
All right. So your margin of success for that hit right there is
2.
2. So
it's a 5.
2 plus 3 is 5. I still have an armor of 6. No
Okay.
damage.
Okay. So that goes up to 7s.
Okay. So margin of success of what did you need?
4s.
So that's a 4.
2 4s.
7.
3,
So that sounds like 2 points of damage.
Yes.
That's going to be a total of 5. Okay.
And then the last 2 is a miss, and 7 did 1. Right? 1 over 1. No, I'm sorry. That's a 5.
Yeah.
I needed that was an 8. Yeah. So I need to be 2. Okay.
All right.
So now that damage takes effect.
Right. So now I go up to 8.
Yeah.
Right there.
But I didn't do enough to make you do a pilot check, so you're
Nope.
good there.
Hopefully. That's a lot of damage, though. This guy is beat the hell up.
Okay, so over here we have a strike point check.
You basically just rinse and repeating your last turn.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is a 7,
Okay.
which will be on target because of the APA and the FCS. That gets it right there.
Yep.
So, okay, and again, well, we're just going to roll all 4 of them.
At the point where you drop the dice, you don't have a choice anymore.
No. You have to declare it before you roll. Oh, shit.
John's winning the game. He's getting nervous.
No, I'm just...
Hey, yeah, you're right. So at the end, did you hit me with any guided missiles?
Yes.
Okay, so I think I need
you
to
do
have
have
a shot test. That's a
4.
5.
We
Okay.
get another 5.
Thank you, Tiger Wraith. Good point.
Yeah.
Anything big?
There's a
+1. So that's a +1. You need a 6, right?
I need a 6.
Yeah, your strength of 2.
Yeah.
You're not doing any damage to me at that rate. So what'd you do, John?
We lost the blue.
Roll the blue dice into
That's
the.
all right. The one with a 1 is not going to be good enough to
Where
get
did
it.
it go?
It's down under here.
There it is. I'll get it for you.
But even if I roll a 6,
But what if it was literally laying on that? What if you roll a 1? You need to roll it.
all right.
All right, you're good. It was literally laying on a 1.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Lemming. Fortunately, you knew we were here. All right.
What did he say?
He said he just now got the notification that we went live.
Oh,
All right. Is it too late to negotiate peace terms? No, just tease it. All right. So I assume it's my turn to go. Is it all right if I take a turn now?
you can go.
All right. So, good Lord, this is bad news bears. What am I going to do with this silly cobra? I feel like I have to continue to do that. I'm going to. And I guess that does technically do me some good. I think that's probably. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to risk it. I'm going to have the Cobra follow the great general's strategy. He's going to stay where he is. He's going to target lock the duelist, and we're going to activate his phased array 1.
Okay.
Okay. And then he's going to die for his efforts. But that's beside the point. His hammer is going to attempt to repair, and he's going to fire at the duelist.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So this is just this piece, not this part right here. That's elevation 2. So if my King Cobra's standing here, I can see the duelist?
Yes.
Okay. So this guy's going to move up here and shoot the duelist.
Okay.
This guy right here is going to, he wants a piece of the duelist as well. Not sure he's going to get it. Feels like he's just, I'm pretty sure somebody's going to shoot at the hammer this turn. Maybe not.
Because he's on his last point.
He's on 8. He's got 10.
Oh, okay.
So he's got at least one more good hit before you take him out. Probably 2, assuming he doesn't repair. Let me think. Is that enough? Is that enough? Probably not. Probably not with my dice rolls. All right. So this guy's going to move and engage the duelist.
Okay.
I'll work out the details once I get there.
Okay.
All right, so activate him. He does his stuff, stand still, gives everybody a bonus.
Yep.
Because I'm not sure I have ever made a repair roll, so help walk me through this. I think I know how it works, right? It's a 10+ roll.
It is not a 10+.
It's not a 10+.
It has to, yeah, you don't get an automatic.
So if I drop the dice
That's
and
a
get a
typo.
10, it's not a thing.
No.
Okay, okay.
So
I'm going to shut up and now you teach.
and the reason why that was and that's the reason why you get negative numbers in repair.
Okay.
Okay, because if you didn't, the 10+ doesn't work on the deal. So it's a target point 10.
Okay.
So you have to have a total of 10 or better between your roll and your damage control.
And this number right here.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to roll. It's got a damage control number of 2 and I'm on 8 points of damage, so I need effectively an 8. And if I get it and it's not a crit, I just repair 1 point of damage, right?
Yes.
It doesn't actually do a whole lot for me, but I'll try it because moving is not that useful. Missed. I did not, and I did not. It was a 3, not a 2, so no chance for an extra one. I guess that would have sucked.
That would have sucked.
All right, so now he's going to engage the duelist. Should I go ahead and fire now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's activated.
So I got a target lock from the EST.
Yeah.
I got active phase array from the Cobra at this point in time. You didn't move, so that's a +1.
Yep.
So that's a total of, and we're at the same range, so we know we're at long.
Right.
So it's a base of 8. 1 from him, APA goes down to 7. Targeting computer Wizzo goes down to 5. You didn't move goes down to a 4.
Yep.
So I need a 4.
Yep.
But my strengths are really low. So the 2 heavy MRACs are currently strength 5. And I need a 4?
4s.
Okay. So both hit, 7 and a 4. So the 4 is strength 5 versus armor.
Duelist with 3. 2, 6.
You have an armor of 6? Okay, so that does nothing. 7 is a +3, so that's going to be a total of 8 versus your 6. That's a point of damage. Okay. So then the 2 guided missiles. I think I've hit with a guided missile all game. They're not likely to do much to you, but maybe
Make a shock roll if you hit, at least.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Maybe I'll get lucky and crit. I did not, but I did hit with both. I got an 8 and a 9. Let me see. I needed a 4, so that's +4. So medium guided missiles at an 8 are strength 3, so that's 7. So they're both going to hit and do a point of damage. Okay. And you'll need a shock test. Should you take the? I cannot cause another shock test. I have no more guided
Then
missiles.
I can go ahead and make the shock test.
And it's shock 5.
About a 4.
So you failed. So you're
suppressed. 8.
Okay. So that's it for the hammer.
Yep.
Now I'm going to activate this King Cobra. He still has superior mobility, so you can ignore those woods, but he only moves 9 with 2 points of damage, so he can't get double time anymore, right? Because he doesn't have a 10 movement. All right. So I'm going to move 5 to there, and then I'm going to take my free turn.
Okay.
And I ignore the going up thing because I have superior mobility.
Yep.
So I'm going to move 4 right up against this for cover. I can see you because I'm elevation 4.
Yep.
And I'm going to shoot at you. range of, it's a medium. So the the long range thing only applies at extreme and long, right? Okay. So I got a base hit number of 7? 7. Okay. You know, we didn't check this earlier. Help me make sure I'm within 24 for this APA1. Yeah, I am, easily. Okay. So I need a base of 7. APA1 takes it down to a 6. EST activates my targeting computer 2, takes it down to a 5, to a 4. You did move, takes it down to a 3. And your armor is 6. So I should normally roll a 7. That should be plus 4. 4 plus 4 is 8. So each one of them should theoretically do a point of damage to you. So I'm going to roll them individually.
Okay.
All right, 4 shots. Doesn't matter, they're all the same. I need freeze. Yes. So 6, 2 6s. That's only plus 3, which takes me up to 6. Your armor is 6. Yep. So that's 2 points of damage.
Yep.
Okay. Now the other 2. So now we know I need 6s.
Yep.
Sorry for my phone. Tiger is messaging me. Hold on. What am I doing wrong? Am I in EST range? So I got to be within EST. EST has a range. What's the range?
But it's 36 inches. You're
Yeah,
okay.
So Tiger, good question. Here's the EST measurement. I'm at about 20 roughly. Does that seem good? Hammer don't hurt. All right. Now I'm confused. I'm kind of glad I can't hear them. I would never be able to concentrate on anything. All right, here we go. I need 6s.
Okay. I see 2 6s.
A 12 and an 11.
That kills me.
All right. First dead mech to me.
Yeah.
All right, and that's non-railroad. All right. So then I've got this guy left. He was going to target the duelist. There's no longer a valid target. I can't retarget anything else.
Right.
I can move anywhere I want with one move and then waste an action. I think is what I can do there.
That's
okay, but now I know not to run out there and let the Warhawk get a shot at me. If you go first next turn, I am going to lose this game, probably.
No, because you got me at range now. Because I don't have nothing close. Your Cobras and King Cobras is going to wear me out.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm gonna
you could call
default. Because I can't. You've got too much speed. You're going to get under my guns.
So let's play out the rest of the turn, which is just this guy's movement.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not going to put myself in the Warhawk's way. I'm going to come around here and stack people up over here.
Yep.
So I'm going to give up my double time to make a turnaround move. That's -1 inch, so I got 9 inches left. And I'll move 4 to there, 5 to there, 6, and then 4 more to there. Okay. That's it.
That's game.
Okay. All right, so let's talk it through, because to me it looks like there's still some game here. Because I mean, you're gonna probably an undamaged Warhawk is gonna.
I'm gonna finish him off, and I'm gonna kill one of these other ones.
Or the base outside is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're gonna kill the King Cobra. But I mean, so I'm not going to win on objective. How am I going to kill the Warhawk?
Because by the time I finish him off,
right,
the damage that I'm going to take from all these guys, then the next turn or two I'll finish one of them off.
Right.
But it's just degrading.
What's
down.
his armor?
6.
Yeah. Okay. 4 is pretty close.
7.
To
I'm sorry.
yeah,
7 armor.
I don't. Well.
But that's the deal.
Yeah.
You're going to get within my minimum. So I'm getting ready to lose my GMs.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're going to go down to your. Yeah. But those. I think it would be an interesting fight.
They would hammer. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'll finish off the hammer and I'll kill one of the other 3.
Here's what I think it would really come down to. After you kill the first one, do you get a spike and kill a second one? If you spike, I think you win.
Yeah.
And if you don't, probably you're right. I'm gonna honestly, at this point, I'll probably try and murder those guys and win on objective.
Right.
Probably. What's his speed?
6.
6, all right. and he doesn't have superior mobility. It's going to take him a couple of turns to get up here. I could probably win on objective at that point. Yeah, okay. Because all I really need is one guy up here for 2 consecutive turns.
Right.
So really...
But I mean, I could shoot him off. I could shoot him off the
Yeah,
hill.
but can you shoot them both off in the 2 turns?
Well, that's the deal.
That's the question.
Yeah, because if you gave me the range and let me sit,
Yeah.
I could come back and start falling back with my claymores and keep rocketing you. Okay, with 8 with 8 of them at 5s with smart, I'm gonna hit the lighter guys
At some point in time. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting.
But
I think it's a good game.
yeah. No, and that's what killed me was I didn't kill the hammer quicker.
Last turn.
I needed one. I needed him dead, so that I didn't get another round of fire from him. But you know, I'm rolling on 6s and I'm rolling 4s. You know, but that's the dice gods.
The dice gods.
Yeah, I mean, you were losing your medium guided missiles, so
yeah. If that is what you're going to do, you have to move. That would be all right. I'm trying to catch up with the thing here. Tiger Wraith, you're saying if that is what you were going to do, you have to move. Can you help me understand? By the way, thank you for messaging me to get my attention when we're not paying attention to the board. That worked out really good. I think Tiger Wraith deserves a referee credit for this game.
Well, and this is to me, this shows the strength of the game too. In a deal, if this was the other mech game, we would be here for another 4 hours.
Another 4 hours.
Because you would just wear each other down. I mean, it's just down points and points and points. Usually, after you play enough of this, you know when it's over. You can kind of see what's going on. Yeah, and you don't have to fight it to the bitter end.
So we fell in love with that other mech game when it came out.
Yeah.
Like I think all of us did.
Yeah.
And I love the fiction, and I love the journals, and I love the look of the models. And then when I went to fighting, I was sandpapering the other mech to death. Yeah. Like that's not what the story says.
And that's the reason why it became what it was. Is there wasn't nothing else out there. We didn't know no better. We all talked and said how horrible this was and the grind down, but we didn't have anything else.
Yeah, there wasn't any other.
So you accepted and moved on. Yeah. And that is the main thing that I wanted to get with this is I do not need that grind.
Yeah.
And because everybody knows with a few good rolls in BattleTech, you can pull out the defeat right out of the jaws.
Yeah, because you're healthy till near the very end.
Right, you're not degrading at all.
So Tiger Wraith, I think what you were saying was when I had the question to John, and it really wasn't a question, I was just clarifying in case there aren't any new people in the audience, that even though, once my target was destroyed, I didn't get that action back. I could change my movement. Yeah. Originally, I was planning to move out here and take a risky shot to try and get rid of that guy. But once I saw him went down, I'm allowed to move anywhere I want.
Yes and no.
Okay. Well, help me understand.
Well, for this kind of game, it is. You just declare to move.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you saying I have to declare where I'm going?
In the tournament, you might get a little bit if there's a chance that you're going to end up.
Okay.
You could argue.
So let's stop talking about ifs because we're talking about the guy that made the rules.
Yeah.
John, when I declare movement action, do I have to tell you where I'm going?
Yes.
Because you've told me no to that answer in the past.
Well, because on that it's because it's a pickup game. Okay. I mean, it's.
So how specific do I need to be? Let's rewind this. I was standing here. My original thought was I was worried I wasn't going to get the duelist, and so my intention was to come out here.
So
turn and take a shot at the duelist.
So in tournament play and by rule play, you should have moved out to here, okay? Because you said you were going to move out to shoot. Now at this point, you can go anywhere you want to go. You shouldn't have been able to turn around and come back around because you're affecting the death is affecting the deal. But it's not. I don't worry about it in our.
So let's walk through because I want to learn how to play the game the right way.
All right.
So help me understand. Let me try and tell you how I should have played that turn. Okay. So at the beginning of the turn, it's my responsibility to say to my opponent, he's gonna stand still, activate phase array 1, and target lock the duelist.
Right.
His action's done.
Okay.
This guy's gonna repair and attack the duelist.
Right.
I don't need to specify what I'm attacking. Okay. This guy over here was going to move up here and attack the duelist.
Right.
And this guy here, my intention was to move and attack the duelist.
Yes.
Now,
you did not have to tell me the spot that you were moving to.
okay.
But when it was your turn to activate, you would have had to move out till you had a legal shot
Okay.
at this guy.
This is the first time I've ever heard this.
Okay.
Okay.
Because you're supposed to finish the move. You're not
Okay.
You're not allowed the death is not
Sure,
to allow you
sure.
to change your move because
Okay.
you changed because I died.
I'm completely happy with that.
So you don't have to tell them where you're moving to.
But I have to move to a point at which I could have taken a
shot to get your best shot.
So originally my intention was to come out here and get a shot. All right. Now you just said to get a best shot. Once I see he's dead, can I not just move here so I have line of sight?
Yes.
I've satisfied the demand that I could have taken a shot and then turn around and move the direction I want to go?
Yes.
That's legal.
That's legal.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's new to me.
And when I say best shot, that's going to be a gray area on the best shot because.
Go ahead. I'm just
saying.
Seeing if they had any input.
That's where common sense comes into it. You know, if you obviously you're not going to run down the throat, okay, not that deal. But had you, if this number is you can still hit is the same as this number, then it's whenever you're on the deal. Had by moving out another inch, would you have missed the light woods that was there? And that gets, that's where it gets into a gray area.
Ifsies. This is just my opinion. I think you just need a simple rule. Just the way you do with strike points where you just say, hey, oh, look, if it is a 10, it's done. We don't need to discuss the other rules. I think you need to find a way to say what you just said in like one sentence. That way, everybody can understand it without having to, well, is the shot better from here? Is it better from there? Now you're arguing with your opponent about where you think the shot is best from. I mean, so like in the case of a guy with guided missiles and heavy MRAPs, right? Right. It's like, it's completely valid.
I mean, then the basic way it needs to be done is the minute you have to move until you have a legal shot. Okay.
Until you have center of base to center of base.
Right. Line of sight.
And then I've satisfied my statement that I was going to attack,
then you can turn,
and then I can do whatever I want.
Yes.
Okay. That's a simple rule. Okay. That I didn't know.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. Jeff is getting lag. Sorry, Jeff.
Well, guess what? You're getting ready to get big lag. Yeah. We're getting ready to call it a night.
Anybody, any last questions? Anything you guys want to ask or chip in or throw out? This is where, if we were at actual CAV-CON, we would all go have a drink.
Yes, go eat dinner finally and have a drink.
I could buy you all a beer. Now I can only buy him a beer.
Unfortunately, we're in El Laredo and there ain't nowhere to go worth to get a beer. Other than Fiesta, but they're
probably closed by now, aren't they?
They're open till 10.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, for 33 more minutes?
Yeah.
So they're closed, is what you're saying?
Basically.
Okay. When is the next game?
We are going to be back live at 10 o'clock in the morning. Let's sometime between 11 and 12.
Yep.
Probably, I'd say 12 o'clock. Let's say 12 o'clock.
So tonight.
That'll give us time to pull units and whatever we need to pull.
That means we got to fix all the technical problems now.
In the morning, I'm going to come out here like at 6.
Sure, whatever makes you happy.
Yeah.
Let's offline. Let's just go ahead and work out all the details about what we're going to play. That way we can have a pick printed, and so at 11 or whatever time we start, we're just bam on the table go.
Well, I think I won't need that much time in the morning because I'm done. Okay. My brain is like
all right
with all the stuff.
John's wore out.
But we will be back on at 10 o'clock in the morning, and first game we'll start rolling dice at noon.
Okay, noon for sure.
Yeah,
barring emergencies.
Yeah, unless something else happens. So.
Okay.
All right, well, folks, thank you. Day one is in the can. We will see everybody in the morning.
Technically, you didn't get your decals on in 5 minutes. You owe us an answer.
Hey, what do you want to know?
Nah, we'll think about it and ask tomorrow.
All right.
What's your favorite pizza? That kind of question.
Sausage, black olive, and mushroom.
God bless. You're like 66 2/3% of what I like. Not a fan of mushrooms that much.
If I've eaten somebody who doesn't like mushrooms, I go onions.
Well, I love onions. I actually don't mind mushrooms. They're not my favorite. Not on pizza. Because they tend to be undercooked.